Hey, amazing viewers! Thanks for clicking on the Fanfic Club. Today's special feature is, what if a Goblin Inheritance Specialist examined Harry at age 8 and found his magic was being drained to power Hogwarts wards? Your support through likes, shares, and subscriptions helps us reach more story lovers around the world. Thank you for being part of this community. Now, let's escape into this wonderful story. Chapter 1. The Inheritance Specialist. The first sign that something unusual was happening to Harry Potter came on a sweltering July afternoon in Little Whinging. He was crouched in Aunt Petunia's garden, sweat dripping from his brow as he yanked stubborn weeds from between her prized hydrangeas. His stomach growled. Lunch had been a single slice of bread with a scraping of margarine, hardly enough for a growing 8-year-old boy. Boy! You'd better have those weeds cleared before Vernon gets home. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice carried from the kitchen window. Harry swiped his arm across his forehead, smearing dirt across his lightning bolt scar. He'd been outside for hours, and the heat made his head pound. Something inside him felt stretched thin, like an elastic band pulled too far. It had been happening more frequently lately, this strange, hollow feeling that left him dizzy and weak. "I'm trying," he muttered, knowing better than to say it loud enough for his aunt to hear. He reached for another weed, its roots stubbornly embedded in the dry soil. As he pulled, the strange sensation intensified. The world around him wavered, like looking through heat rising from pavement. Harry blinked hard, trying to clear his vision. The weed suddenly gave way, and Harry toppled backward. As he fell, something inside him snapped, that stretched feeling breaking like a dam. A surge of energy rushed through his small body, and the garden around him exploded in a riot of color and light. Every plant in Petunia Dursley's garden burst into full, magnificent bloom. Roses unfurled their petals, dahlias expanded to the size of dinner plates, and the hydrangeas turned a vivid, impossible blue. Even the grass beneath Harry seemed to grow an inch before his eyes. "What?" Harry whispered, staring at his hands in bewilderment. The back door slammed open. "What have you done?" Aunt Petunia shrieked, her face contorting with horror as she took in her transformed garden. Harry scrambled to his feet, backing away. "I didn't mean to, I don't know what happened, get inside. Now." She seized his arm, fingers digging painfully into his thin bicep. "Wait until your uncle hears about this." As Petunia dragged him inside, neither noticed the tabby cat watching intently from atop the garden wall, its tail twitching with interest. Arabella Figg frowned as she set down her teacup, listening to Minerva McGonagall's hurried explanation. It was remarkable, Arabella. The magical surge was so powerful that several of Albus's monitoring instruments at Hogwarts went haywire. That's why he sent me to investigate. McGonagall, no longer in cat form but dressed in a simple muggle dress that still somehow managed to look severe, paced the small living room. "The boy's magic has been suppressed for years, but something changed today. I've been telling Albus that something wasn't right," Mrs. Figg replied, absently stroking one of her many cats. "The boy is too thin, too quiet. Those horrible muggles." She shook her head disapprovingly. "And now this magical outburst. What happens next?" "Albus wants to strengthen the wards and place additional suppression charms. He thinks the boy's magic is becoming unstable." Mrs. Figg's eyes narrowed. "More suppression? That can't be healthy for a growing wizard." "It's not," McGonagall agreed, her lips thinning to a tight line. "But Albus insists it's necessary for the greater good." "The greater good, Mrs. Figg repeated flatly. "Well, I think someone else should have a look at the boy before any more greater good is inflicted upon him." "What are you suggesting?" "The goblins at Gringotts are bound by different magic than we are. They see inheritance and bloodlines in ways wizards don't. Perhaps they should examine Harry." McGonagall looked startled. "Go against Albus's wishes?" "Not go against, exactly." Mrs. Figg smiled slyly. "Just, seek a second opinion. For the boy's welfare." After McGonagall left, Mrs. Fig waited until nightfall before penning a letter. It wasn't to Dumbledore, but to an old acquaintance at Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Some situations required a different kind of expertise. 3 days later, Harry sat huddled in his cupboard, nursing a bruised arm. Uncle Vernon had been furious about the garden incident, and though Aunt Petunia had managed to convince the neighbors that she'd been experimenting with a new fertilizer, Harry had paid the price for his unexplainable freakishness. The sudden knock at the front door made him flinch. The Dursleys rarely had unexpected visitors. Who on earth could that be? He heard Uncle Vernon grumble from the living room. Heavy footsteps passed Harry's cupboard. He pressed his eye to the tiny vent, trying to see who had arrived. Yes. What is it? Vernon's voice held the forced politeness he used with strangers. Mr. Dursley. A clipped, professional voice responded. My name is Grimclaw. I represent Gringotts Bank regarding financial matters concerning your ward, Harry Potter. Harry's breath caught. Someone was here for him. There must be some mistake, Vernon blustered. The boy has no money, I assure you, there is no mistake, the voice interrupted firmly. This is a matter of significant inheritance that requires immediate attention. May I come in? Harry couldn't see the visitor clearly, just the edge of what looked like an expensive suit. But something about the voice, slightly gravelly and absolutely confident, made even Vernon Dursley hesitate. We don't want any of your kind here, Vernon hissed, lowering his voice. My kind, Mr. Dursley. The visitor's tone turned dangerously cold. Gringotts bankers. Financial experts. Or perhaps you refer to those who uphold contractual obligations. In any case, this matter involves substantial sums of money. Money that affects this household. I suggest we discuss it civilly. The mention of money worked like magic on Vernon. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped back. Fine. But be quick about it. Harry scrambled away from the vent as footsteps entered the house. He heard Aunt Petunia's surprise, Vernon's muttered explanations, and the sound of people settling in the living room. Now then, the visitor, Grimclaw, said. I need to speak with Harry Potter. What for? Vernon demanded. Inheritance matters are confidential between Gringotts and the heir. Where is the boy? A heavy silence followed. Harry held his breath. He's upstairs. Doing homework, Aunt Petunia lied smoothly. Is he indeed? Grimclaw's voice dripped with skepticism. My information suggests otherwise. Mr. Potter, he called out, louder. If you can hear me, please make yourself known. Harry hesitated, his heart pounding. He'd be punished later, but this might be his only chance to learn something about himself, about his parents. I'm here, he called, pushing against his cupboard door. It was locked from the outside. Silence fell in the living room. Then came quick footsteps, and suddenly the cupboard door rattled as someone tried the latch. What is the meaning of this? Grimclaw's voice was deadly quiet. You've locked the child in a cupboard. Now see here, Vernon began. Open this door immediately, Grimclaw demanded, cutting him off. More shuffling, then the scrape of the latch being drawn back. Light flooded the cupboard as the door swung open. Harry blinked, adjusting to the brightness. Standing before him was the strangest person he'd ever seen. Though barely taller than Harry himself, the man radiated authority. He wore an impeccably tailored suit, but what caught Harry's attention was his face, sharp-featured with pointed ears, a long nose, and dark, intelligent eyes that widened slightly at the sight of Harry's cramped living conditions. A goblin. Though Harry had no frame of reference for the thought, somehow he knew with absolute certainty who, stood before him. Harry Potter, the goblin said, his expression unreadable. My name is Grimclaw, Inheritance Specialist of Gringotts Bank. I believe we have much to discuss. Within 20 minutes, Harry found himself seated in Mrs. Fig's living room, a place he'd visited many times when the Dursleys wanted him out of their way, but which suddenly felt different. Gone were the overpowering smells of cabbage and cat. Instead, the cottage felt almost magical. "I've temporarily adjusted the environment," Grimclaw explained, noticing Harry's wondering gaze. "Mrs. Fig has kindly allowed us to use her home for our meeting." Mrs. Fig herself bustled in with tea and biscuits, setting them before Harry with a kindness he rarely experienced. "Eat up, dear. You're far too thin." Harry hardly needed encouragement. As he munched on his second biscuit, he studied Grimclaw more carefully. The goblin had placed a strange black briefcase on the table and was extracting several parchments and an ornate golden device that resembled a small scale. "Mr. Potter," Grimclaw began formally, "are you aware of your magical heritage?" Harry nearly choked on his biscuit. "My, what?" Grimclaw and Mrs. Fig exchanged glances. "Oh dear," Mrs. Fig sighed. "They really told you nothing." "Told me what?" Harry asked, his voice small. Grimclaw's sharp eyes fixed on Harry. "You are a wizard, Mr. Potter. As were your parents before you. A wizard of considerable potential, from a family of significant standing in our world." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. 1,000 questions exploded in his mind, but what came out was, "Is that why strange things happen around me? Like the garden?" "Precisely," Grimclaw nodded. "Though what happened in the garden is what brought you to our attention. It should not have been possible." "Why not?" "Because, Mr. Potter, your magic has been deliberately constrained." Mrs. Fig made a distressed sound, but Grimclaw continued. "When Gringotts detected your magical surge, it triggered certain inheritance protocols. You see, the Potter family has long-standing accounts with us, and unusual magical activity from an heir prompts investigation." He unfurled a parchment covered in strange symbols. "What I discovered is concerning." The goblin placed the golden scale on the table between them. "This device will help demonstrate. May I have a drop of your blood?" Harry hesitated, and Mrs. Fig quickly said, "It's safe, Harry. Goblin magic is bound by strict honor codes." After a moment's consideration, Harry nodded. Grimclaw produced a small, silver pin. "Just one drop on the left plate," he instructed. Harry pricked his finger and watched as a single drop of blood fell onto the golden scale. The moment it hit the surface, the blood spread out in an intricate pattern and the scale began to glow. The right plate remained empty but gradually tipped downward, as if bearing an invisible weight. "As I suspected," Grimclaw muttered, his expression darkening. "Mr. Potter, this scale measures magical potential against current magical capacity. The imbalance you see indicates that approximately 70% of your natural magic is being diverted elsewhere." Harry stared at the tilted scale. "Someone's stealing my magic." In a manner of speaking, Grimclaw replied carefully. "Though I suspect the initial arrangement was made with the best intentions, it has clearly exceeded reasonable boundaries. Your magic is being channeled to maintain and power the protective wards at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Hogwarts?" Harry repeated, the strange word feeling somehow familiar on his tongue. "The school where young witches and wizards are educated," Mrs. Fig explained. "Where your parents studied, and where you'll go when you turn 11. Harry tried to process this. "But why would my magic be powering its wards?" "That," said Grimclaw, "is the concerning part. After your parents' death and the defeat of the Dark Lord, another matter we'll discuss shortly, you became something of a living legend in the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts headmaster, placed you with your muggle, non-magical, relatives for protection. He established blood wards here at Privet Drive, linked to your mother's sacrifice and her blood relation to your aunt." The goblin's fingers traced the symbols on the parchment. "However, it appears he also created a secondary ward system at Hogwarts itself, connected to you as the last Potter. Initially, this may have drawn only a small amount of your magic, but our analysis shows it has grown exponentially, especially in the past 2 years. Mrs. Fig looked troubled. Is that why the boy seems so often exhausted? Why his accidental magic has been so minimal until now? Precisely, Grimclaw confirmed. The connection is draining him at a concerning rate. Left unchecked, it could eventually render him magically depleted, a squib, essentially. Harry's head was spinning. Can you stop it? Yes, Grimclaw said firmly. The connection is unauthorized. While Dumbledore may have established it as your magical guardian, he had no right to create an open-ended drain on the Potter magical legacy. Such arrangements require specific contractual parameters under Goblin inheritance law. The Goblin reached into his briefcase and extracted a crystal vial filled with silvery liquid. This potion will temporarily sever the connection, allowing us to properly assess your magical core. With your permission, I'd like to proceed immediately. Harry looked from the vial to Mrs. Fig, who nodded encouragingly. Something warm bloomed in his chest, the feeling of someone actually asking his permission instead of making decisions for him. Yes, Harry said, straightening his shoulders. I want to know what's happening to my magic. Grimclaw uncorked the vial and handed it to Harry. Drink it all. You may experience some discomfort. Harry took a deep breath and downed the silvery liquid in one gulp. It tasted like liquid metal and winter frost. For a moment, nothing happened. Then it hit him, a sensation like a hook behind his navel, pulling at something deep within him. Harry gasped, doubling over as the invisible tether stretched and strained. What's happening to him? Mrs. Fig cried, alarmed. The connection resists separation, Grimclaw explained, watching Harry intently. It's been in place since he was a year old. Hold on, Mr. Potter. Your magic is fighting to return to you. The pulling sensation intensified until Harry thought he might be torn in half. Then, with a sudden snap he felt rather than heard, the tension released. Magic rushed into him like water finding its level, filling empty spaces he hadn't known existed. The room around him blurred as objects began to rattle on shelves. One of Mrs. Fig's cats yowled and darted under a chair. Control your breathing, Grimclaw instructed calmly. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Feel your magic settling. Harry struggled to follow the instructions, his whole body tingling with newfound energy. Gradually, the room stopped shaking, and his vision cleared. He felt different. Stronger. More solid somehow, as if he'd been a ghost partially passing through the world until now. Remarkable, Grimclaw murmured, studying the golden scale, which had now balanced perfectly. Your magical core is exceptionally powerful for your age, Mr. Potter. The drain was more significant than even I estimated. Will they know? Harry asked, suddenly worried about the Dursleys' reaction if more freakishness came their way. Will Professor Dumbledore know what we did? Oh, I expect so, Grimclaw said with a sharp-toothed smile that wasn't entirely reassuring. The Hogwarts wards will have experienced a significant power reduction. However, the potion's effects are temporary, lasting about 48 hours. Enough time for us to explore more permanent solutions, if that is your wish. It is, Harry said firmly. The feeling of his complete magic was intoxicating after years of unknowingly functioning at partial capacity. What do we do next? Grimclaw's expression turned serious. Next, Mr. Potter, we visit Gringotts. It's time you learned about your true inheritance. The following morning found Harry standing in Diagon Alley, trying not to gawk at the impossible sights surrounding him. Grimclaw had arranged everything, a cover story for the Dursleys, a fictitious school evaluation program, magical transportation via something called the night bus, a harrowing experience Harry wasn't eager to repeat, and now his first steps into the wizarding world. This way, Mr. Potter, Grimclaw directed, leading him toward an imposing white marble building that towered over the surrounding shops. Try not to make eye contact with anyone. We'd prefer to avoid recognition until our business is concluded. Harry nodded, pulling his borrowed cap lower over his forehead to hide his scar. Mrs. Fig had explained his fame in the wizarding world, how his parents had been murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort, how the killing curse had somehow rebounded from baby Harry to defeat the Dark Lord, and how he had become a symbol of hope known as the boy who lived. It seemed impossible that people could recognize him, yet Harry noticed several witches and wizards doing double takes as he passed. He kept his head down and stayed close to Grimclaw's side. Gringotts itself was unlike anything Harry had ever imagined. The vast marble hall was staffed by dozens of goblins working at high counters, weighing gems, counting coins, and examining documents with magnifying glasses. Harry tried not to stare as Grimclaw led him past the main counters toward a hallway guarded by goblins in scarlet uniforms. Senior Inheritance Specialist Grimclaw and client, his guide announced to the guards, who nodded and stepped aside. They proceeded down a richly appointed corridor until they reached a polished oak door bearing a nameplate with Grimclaw's name and title in gold lettering. Inside was an elegant office with walls lined with leather-bound books, intricate models of what appeared to be family trees crafted in precious metals, and a massive desk of dark wood. "Please be seated, Mr. Potter," Grimclaw said, gesturing to a comfortable chair across from his desk. "We have much to discuss and limited time." Harry sat, watching as the goblin retrieved an ornate silver box from a wall safe. "This," Grimclaw explained, setting the box on the desk between them, "is a Potter family heirloom, an inheritance testing device. It will help us understand exactly what magical bindings and contracts are currently affecting you." He opened the lid to reveal a shallow basin carved with runes, similar to but smaller than the golden scale they'd used at Mrs. Fig's house. "Again, I'll need your blood," Grimclaw said. 7 drops this time." Harry nodded, already extending his hand. Grimclaw produced a different pin, this one gold with a tiny ruby set in its handle, and carefully pricked Harry's finger. As the 7 drops fell into the basin, they spread out like crimson ink on parchment, forming words and symbols that glowed with a soft light. Grimclaw studied the results with increasing concern. "Most unusual," he muttered. "And deeply troubling." "What is it?" Harry asked anxiously. "Several unauthorized bindings have been placed on your magic, Mr. Potter." Grimclaw traced a particular symbol with one long finger. "The Hogwarts ward connection we discovered yesterday. But also this, a magical core suppression charm. And this, a tracking charm linked to the Ministry of Magic. And most concerning of all, this." He pointed to a symbol that pulsed with a sickly green light. "A parasitic magical attachment that appears to be feeding off your core." Harry felt suddenly cold. "What does all that mean?" "It means," Grimclaw said grimly, "that someone has taken extraordinary measures to control and monitor your magic. The suppression charm explains why you experienced magical depletion even beyond the ward drain. The tracking charm is not standard for underage wizards, it's typically applied only to wands, not to a magical core directly." The goblin's dark eyes met Harry's. "And the parasitic attachment? I've only seen such signatures in cases of dark magic. Very dark magic." Harry's hand unconsciously rose to his lightning scar. Is it something to do with Voldemort? From the night my parents died?" Grimclaw looked impressed by Harry's intuition. "That would be my assessment, yes. When the killing curse rebounded, it may have left more than just a physical mark." "Can you remove it?" "All of it?" "The suppression and tracking charms, certainly. The Hogwarts ward connection, yes, though it will require a formal inheritance ritual to sever permanently." Grimclaw's expression grew cautious. "The parasitic attachment is beyond my expertise. However, I can recommend specialists who might help." Harry nodded, trying to absorb everything. "I want them gone. I want my magic back, all of it." "Before we proceed further," Grimclaw said, closing the silver box, "there is the matter of your magical guardianship. Currently, Albus Dumbledore holds that position. As your magical guardian, he has significant legal authority over your education, place of residence, and access to your family vaults. He's the one who left me with the Dursleys." Harry asked, a note of betrayal in his voice. The one who put these things on me. All evidence suggests so, yes. Can we change that? The guardianship? Grimclaw's lips curled into what might have been a smile. I was hoping you'd ask. Under Goblin law, which predates and supersedes certain ministry regulations, an heir who demonstrates willful magical sovereignty can petition for recognition as magically independent. Your deliberate choice to sever the ward connection could qualify as such an act. Hope surged in Harry's chest. What do I need to do? A formal declaration before Gringotts witnesses, followed by a magical testing ritual. Grimclaw extracted a parchment from his desk. However, I must warn you, such actions will not go uncontested. Albus Dumbledore is a powerful wizard with significant political influence. Harry thought about his cupboard under the stairs, about 8 years of the Dursleys' neglect and cruelty, about the revelation that his magic had been deliberately suppressed and drained. I want to try, he said firmly. I'm tired of people making choices for me without telling me anything. Grimclaw nodded approvingly. Very well, Mr. Potter. Let us proceed. The ritual chamber deep beneath Gringotts was ancient and imposing. Circular in design, its walls were covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift and change when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. The floor featured a large golden circle inlaid with silver runes, and at the circle's center stood a pedestal of black marble. 6 goblin witnesses positioned themselves around the perimeter, each holding a crystal staff that glowed with a soft white light. Grimclaw stood beside Harry at the edge of the circle. The ritual is straightforward but intense, Grimclaw explained quietly. You'll stand at the center and state your full name and intent. The circle will test your magical maturity and sovereignty. If it recognizes your claim, your status will change in the eyes of Goblin law. And if it doesn't recognize my claim? Harry asked nervously. Then nothing changes, though the magical backlash may be uncomfortable. Grimclaw's expression was unreadable. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Harry hesitated for only a moment. Yes. Then remove your shoes and enter the circle. Step only on the gold portions, not the silver runes. Harry did as instructed, carefully making his way to the center. The marble pedestal before him held a small golden knife and a shallow basin similar to the inheritance testing device from Grimclaw's office. State your full name and your intent, called one of the goblin witnesses, his voice echoing in the chamber. Harry took a deep breath. I am Harry James Potter, he declared, his young voice steadier than he expected. I claim my right to magical sovereignty and independence. The silver runes began to glow, casting eerie shadows across the chamber. Take the knife, instructed the same goblin. 3 drops of blood in the basin, freely given. Harry's hand trembled slightly as he picked up the golden knife. It was sharp enough that the lightest touch across his palm drew blood. He held his hand over the basin and allowed 3 drops to fall. The moment the 3rd drop hit the basin, the entire circle flared with blinding light. Harry felt a surge of magic rush through him, probing, testing, measuring. It was neither painful nor pleasant, simply intense, as if something vast and ancient was examining him down to his very core. Images flashed through his mind, his parents' faces, though he couldn't remember ever seeing them, Hogwarts castle standing proud on a hill, a phoenix soaring through flames, and most disturbingly, a pair of red eyes glowing in darkness. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sensation stopped. The light dimmed to a steady golden glow that emanated from the circle itself. The circle acknowledges Harry James Potter, announced the lead goblin witness, seeming slightly surprised. Magic recognizes your claim of sovereignty. Grimclaw's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Extraordinary, he murmured as Harry carefully made his way back to the edge of the circle. The circle rarely responds so definitively to one so young. What happens now? Harry asked, feeling simultaneously drained and energized. Now, Mr. Potter, we proceed with removing those unauthorized magical bindings, Grimclaw replied. And then we deal with the matter of your inheritance, both magical and material. The healing chamber was different from the ritual room, smaller, warmer, with walls of polished rose quartz. Harry lay on a comfortable bed while 3 goblin healers moved around him, preparing various potions and instruments. The process will take approximately 3 hours, explained the chief healer, a female goblin named Silverhand. We'll remove the simpler bindings first, the suppression and tracking charms. Then we'll address the Hogwarts ward connection permanently. What about the parasitic thing? Harry asked nervously. Silverhand exchanged glances with Grimclaw. We've consulted with our curse-breaking division. The attachment is beyond standard removal techniques. However, we can isolate and contain it, preventing it from drawing on your magic or influencing you. It wasn't the answer Harry had hoped for, but it was better than nothing. He nodded. Let's do it. The first hour passed in a blur of bitter potions and strange sensations as the healers worked to dismantle the suppression charm. Harry could feel the difference immediately. His magic became more responsive, more vibrant, flowing through him like a river that had broken through a dam. The tracking charm proved more difficult to remove. It's been modified to alert the caster if tampering is detected, Silverhand explained, frowning at a crystal instrument hovering over Harry's chest. Clever spell work. Can you remove it without triggering the alert? Grimclaw asked. Not remove, but redirect, Silverhand replied thoughtfully. We could transfer the tracking signature to an object rather than destroying it outright. She produced a small silver pendant on a chain. This will carry the tracking charm. You can keep it at your residence, Mr. Potter, which will satisfy the charm's requirements while allowing you freedom of movement. Harry liked the idea of tricking whoever was monitoring him. Yes, please. The transfer process was uncomfortable, a sensation like peeling adhesive from skin, but deeper, at a magical level. When it was complete, the pendant glowed briefly before settling into an innocent-looking piece of jewelry. Keep this at Privet Drive, Grimclaw instructed, placing the pendant in a small box. It will register you as present even when you're not. The final hour was devoted to permanently severing the Hogwarts ward connection. This proved the most challenging and painful part of the process. The connection had grown deeply entrenched over 7 years, with tendrils of magic extending from Harry's core like roots. We must be careful, Silverhand warned. Severing such connections too abruptly could damage both you and the wards themselves. The ritual involved a complex potion that glowed with an inner fire, ancient goblin chants, and a special crystal placed on Harry's forehead. As the chanting reached its peak, Harry felt a wrenching sensation deep within his magical core, as if something fundamental was being rewritten. Then came the backlash. Miles away, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, dozens of silver instruments suddenly screamed in alarm. Portraits of former headmasters awoke with startled exclamations as the castle itself seemed to tremble slightly on its foundations. Albus Dumbledore, who had been growing increasingly concerned since the previous day's unexpected power fluctuation, felt the wards shift dramatically. The carefully constructed connection to young Harry Potter, designed to both protect the boy and channel his remarkable magical potential to strengthen Hogwarts' defenses, was unraveling. Back in Gringotts, Harry arched off the bed, his body glowing with a golden light as his magic reclaimed itself fully. The crystal on his forehead shattered, and the rose quartz walls pulsed in response. Contain the magical discharge. Silverhand commanded her assistants. The boy's power is greater than anticipated. For several tense minutes, the healers worked to stabilize the wild magic flooding the chamber. When it finally subsided, Harry lay exhausted but transformed. His skin had a healthier color, his scrawny frame somehow seemed less fragile, and even his infamous scar appeared less angry and inflamed. It is done, Silverhand announced, her voice showing rare goblin emotion. The connection is severed. Grimclaw approached the bed, studying Harry with newfound respect. How do you feel, Mr. Potter? Harry blinked slowly, taking inventory of his body and magic. I feel whole, he finally said. Like I've been seeing in black and white, and suddenly everything's in color. The goblin nodded approvingly. Rest now. When you've recovered, we have one final matter to address, your family vaults and the Potter inheritance. 2 hours later, sufficiently recovered and having devoured a surprisingly excellent meal provided by the goblins, Harry followed Grimclaw into the depths of Gringotts. The cart ride through the underground tunnels was exhilarating, twisting and turning at breakneck speed through the cavernous depths beneath London. Most wizarding families of old standing have multiple vaults, Grimclaw explained as they descended. Trust vaults for everyday expenses, family vaults for heirlooms and significant wealth, and sometimes special-purpose vaults for particular magical items. The cart screeched to a halt before a massive door emblazoned with the Potter family crest, a shield featuring a griffin rampant and 3 stars. This is the main Potter family vault, Grimclaw announced. It has been sealed since your parents' deaths, accessible only to the Potter heir once recognized by Gringotts magic. Which you now are. He gestured toward the door. Place your hand on the crest and state your name. Harry approached the imposing door, feeling small before the ancient magic that protected his family's legacy. He placed his palm against the cool metal of the crest. I am Harry James Potter, he stated clearly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the crest began to glow beneath his hand, warming to his touch. A series of clicks and whirs emanated from within the door as complex locking mechanisms disengaged. Slowly, majestically, the vault door swung open. Harry's jaw dropped at the sight before him. The vault was enormous, easily the size of the Dursleys' entire house, and filled with more wealth than he could comprehend. Mounds of gold, silver, and bronze coins rose like small mountains. Shelves lined the walls, holding books, jeweled items, weapons, and artifacts whose purpose Harry couldn't begin to guess. But what caught his attention immediately wasn't the wealth. It was a pedestal in the center of the vault, upon which rested a letter sealed with red wax. Your parents left instructions, Grimclaw explained, following Harry's gaze. To be opened by their son when he first accessed the family vault. With trembling hands, Harry approached the pedestal and picked up the letter. The wax seal bore the same crest as the vault door. He broke it carefully and unfolded the parchment inside. Our dearest Harry, if you're reading this, then we are gone, but you have found your way to your inheritance. We hope whoever has been caring for you has told you how much we loved you, how you brought us joy beyond measure in the short time we had together. These are dangerous times as we write this. Lord Voldemort hunts us, and while we've taken every precaution, we've also prepared for the worst. Know this, whatever happened to us, our greatest concern was always your safety and happiness. The contents of this vault are yours by right. Use them wisely. The Potter family has always valued justice, courage, and compassion above material wealth. We hope these values guide you as you grow. In the ebony box on the left shelf, you'll find our personal journals and photographs. We hope they help you know us better. If Sirius, your godfather, is not with you, something has gone terribly wrong. He was to be your guardian if anything happened to us. Seek the truth about him. We love you, Harry. Always. With all our hearts, James and Lily Potter. Harry read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down his face. These were his parents' words, the closest he'd ever come to hearing their voices. And they had loved him. They had wanted him to be safe and happy. They mentioned someone called Sirius, Harry said finally, looking up at Grimclaw. My godfather? Grimclaw's expression darkened. Sirius Black. He was your father's closest friend and your named godfather. He is currently imprisoned in Azkaban for betraying your parents to the Dark Lord and murdering 12 Muggles. Harry felt as if he'd been struck. What? But my parents' letter suggests they trusted him completely. Indeed, Grimclaw agreed, looking troubled. The inconsistency is concerning. Especially in light of other irregularities we've discovered today. Can we investigate this? Gringotts has limited influence in wizarding legal matters, Grimclaw admitted. However, as your inheritance specialist, I can request copies of relevant legal documents for review. If discrepancies are found. He left the sentence hanging, but Harry understood the implication. More secrets, more manipulations possibly brought to light. I'd like that, Harry said firmly. If he's innocent, he shouldn't be in prison. If he's guilty, I need to know the truth. Grimclaw nodded approvingly. A reasonable position. Now, shall we examine the remainder of your inheritance? There's much here that could prove useful in the coming days. For the next hour, Harry explored his family's legacy under Grimclaw's guidance. He discovered journals written by generations of Potters, magical artifacts of varying purposes, and a collection of family wands preserved in velvet-lined cases. While a new wand matched specifically to you would be ideal, Grimclaw explained, having access to a family wand could be advantageous for now. Ministry tracking doesn't typically monitor ancestral wands passed through inheritance. After testing several, Harry found his grandfather Fleamont Potter's wand responded reasonably well to his touch, not perfect, but usable. Grimclaw helped him select several books on magical theory and basic spellcasting, along with a modest withdrawal of galleons converted to pounds for immediate expenses. The final item of note, Grimclaw said, leading Harry to a small alcove at the back of the vault, is this. He gestured to what appeared to be a folded cloak of fluid, silvery material. Harry touched it cautiously, marveling at its water-like consistency. Your father's invisibility cloak, Grimclaw explained. Quite an exceptional example of its kind. Most such cloaks fade or deteriorate over time. This one has remained perfect for generations. Harry's eyes widened as he unfurled it. Invisibility? Really? Indeed. A most useful tool for a young wizard in your position. Harry carefully folded the cloak and added it to the collection of items he was taking. Thank you, Grimclaw. For everything. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come to Privet Drive. The goblin inclined his head slightly. The House of Potter has always maintained honorable relations with Gringotts. We protect our valued clients' interests. After a slight pause, he added, however, I must warn you, today's actions will not go unnoticed. Albus Dumbledore will almost certainly investigate once he realizes the extent of the changes. What should I do when he comes? Be cautious, but not confrontational, Grimclaw advised. The headmaster is politically powerful and magically formidable. However, legally, you now stand on firm ground. Your recognized magical sovereignty cannot be easily overturned. The goblin reached into his pocket and extracted a small silver coin engraved with the Gringotts crest. Keep this with you. If pressed beyond your comfort, hold it and say, Sanctuary. It will bring you directly to Gringotts, where we can provide protection under ancient laws of client privilege. Harry accepted the coin gratefully. Will I see you again? Certainly. As your inheritance specialist, I'll continue monitoring your accounts and magical status. Grimclaw's sharp teeth showed in what might have been a smile. I suspect the coming days will prove interesting. Mrs. Fig was waiting when Harry returned to Privet Drive, her worried expression dissolving into relief when she saw him. Thank goodness, she exclaimed, hurrying him inside her cottage. Dumbledore himself was here earlier, looking most concerned. I told him I hadn't seen you since yesterday, technically true, but I don't think he was entirely convinced. Harry set down his moleskin pouch, magically expanded to hold his items from the vault. Did he say why he was looking for me? Something about magical fluctuations and monitoring charms malfunctioning. Mrs. Fig studied him carefully. You look different, dear. Healthier. The healing worked well, then. Better than expected, Harry admitted. Grimclaw says my magic was being suppressed and drained for years. Now that it's free. He gestured vaguely, not quite able to articulate the profound difference he felt. Mrs. Fig nodded understanding. You'll need to be careful with accidental magic for a while. Your control will be off until you adjust to your full strength. Grimclaw gave me some books to study, Harry said, patting his pouch. And my grandfather's wand to practice with. Good, good. Mrs. Figg glanced nervously at the window. Now, about the Dursleys. I've convinced them you've been selected for a special academic program, very prestigious, very exclusive. They seemed pleased at the idea of you being away from the house more often. Harry wasn't surprised. So I can come here to study? That's the plan. 3 days a week, officially for this program. It should give you time to learn basic control without raising suspicions. She hesitated. But Harry, when Dumbledore returns, and he will, you must be careful what you reveal. I know, Harry said, more confidently than he felt. Grimclaw and I discussed it. I'm not going to confront him yet, not until I understand more. Mrs. Figg smiled approvingly. Very sensible. Now, you should head back before your aunt and uncle become suspicious. Come tomorrow afternoon for your first session, and we'll begin your real magical education. As Harry walked the short distance back to Privet Drive, he felt something he'd rarely experienced before, hope. For the first time, he had knowledge about himself, about his past. He had resources and allies. Most importantly, he had his magic, fully his own, no longer drained or suppressed. Whatever Albus Dumbledore's reasons had been for what he'd done, Harry was determined to chart his own course from now on. The boy who lived was taking control of his own life. Albus Dumbledore stood in his office at Hogwarts, surveying the damage. Dozens of his delicate silver instruments lay broken or malfunctioning, their monitoring spells disrupted by whatever had happened to Harry Potter. This is most disturbing, Minerva, he said gravely to his deputy headmistress. The blood wards at Privet Drive are intact, but weakened. The monitoring charms are redirected somehow, showing Harry present when my personal visit confirmed he was not. And most concerning, the supplementary ward connection has been completely severed. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. Perhaps it's for the best, Albus. I never approved of drawing on the boy's magic for the Hogwarts wards. It seemed excessive. It was necessary, Dumbledore insisted, though his voice carried a note of uncertainty. After Tom's attack, Harry's magic was volatile, dangerous even. The connection served dual purposes, stabilizing his core while strengthening our defenses. And now? Now something has changed fundamentally. Dumbledore gestured to a complex magical model of Hogwarts on his desk, where tiny lights representing the castle's wards flickered unsteadily. The wards are adjusting, drawing more heavily on the castle's ambient magic, but they've been synchronized with Harry's core for so long that the transition is proving difficult. Will they hold? Yes, though at reduced strength until we recalibrate them. Dumbledore sighed heavily. But that's not my primary concern. What happened to Harry? Who intervened? And to what purpose? McGonagall shifted uncomfortably, avoiding his piercing blue gaze. Perhaps the boy's magic simply matured enough to break free naturally. It happens occasionally with particularly powerful young wizards. Perhaps, Dumbledore agreed, though his tone suggested he wasn't convinced. I'll visit again tomorrow, when I'm certain he's at home. Something is not right, Minerva, and I fear we may be seeing the first moves in a game I'd hoped wouldn't begin until Harry was safely at Hogwarts. As McGonagall left, Dumbledore turned to Fawkes, who watched him with unblinking black eyes from his perch. Was I wrong, old friend? He asked softly. Did I take too much from the boy in the name of the greater good? The phoenix gave a soft, ambiguous trill that offered no clear answer. Dumbledore turned to gaze out the window toward the distant horizon, where little Whinging lay beyond his sight. Whatever has happened, I must ensure Harry remains protected, he murmured. Too much depends on him. Too much has been sacrificed already. In the shadows of the office, the portraits of former headmasters exchanged meaningful glances but remained silent, waiting to see how events would unfold. Harry awoke early the next morning, feeling more rested than he could ever remember. His magic hummed pleasantly beneath his skin, responsive and alive in a way that still felt new and wondrous. Carefully, quietly, he extracted his grandfather's wand from its hiding place beneath the loose floorboard. According to the books he'd begun studying last night, intent was crucial in magic, perhaps even more important than the specific words or movements. Focusing on the simple match-to-needle transfiguration described in Beginner's Guide to Transformation, Harry concentrated on a match he'd smuggled from the kitchen. He visualized it changing, becoming thinner, metallic, pointed at one end with an eye at the other. Acus transformar, he whispered, moving the wand in the prescribed pattern. To his amazement, the match shimmered and changed, not perfectly, but unmistakably becoming more needle-like. The wood grain remained faintly visible on its surface, but the shape and hardness had definitely transformed. A thrill ran through him. He'd done magic, real, intentional magic, for the first time. Before he could try again, heavy footsteps approached his cupboard door. Hastily, Harry hid the wand and the partially transfigured needle beneath his thin mattress. "Boy! Get up and start breakfast!" Uncle Vernon bellowed, rapping sharply on the door. "Coming, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied automatically. As he prepared the Dursleys' breakfast, bacon, eggs, and toast, with coffee for Vernon and tea for Petunia, Harry's mind was elsewhere, running through the spells he'd read about, planning what to practice during his session with Mrs. Fig later. "You're looking pleased with yourself," Aunt Petunia observed suspiciously as he served her tea. "What are you up to?" "Nothing, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied innocently. "Just looking forward to my special academic program this afternoon." Vernon grunted from behind his newspaper. "Still don't see why they'd pick you of all people. Must be scraping the bottom of the barrel." Harry bit back the retort that sprang to mind. Getting into arguments wouldn't help his situation. "Mrs. Fig says I'll be going 3 afternoons a week," he said instead. "Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays." "Good," Vernon declared. "Less time having to look at you. Just make sure you finish your chores before you go." Harry nodded, inwardly celebrating the freedom this arrangement would provide. 3 afternoons a week to learn magic, to prepare for whatever confrontation might be coming with Dumbledore, to begin understanding his place in the wizarding world. As he washed the breakfast dishes, Harry mentally reviewed what Grimclaw had told him about magical control exercises. With his full power now available, accidental magic was a serious risk, especially when emotional. He would need to practice the meditation techniques the Goblin had recommended. The morning passed in a blur of chores, with Harry occasionally testing his magic in small ways when the Dursleys weren't looking, making dust gather more quickly in his dustpan, warming water without turning up the tap, subtly lightening the heavy bags of garden waste he carried out. By early afternoon, he was ready for his first official lesson. With exaggerated formality for Aunt Petunia's benefit, he gathered the notebook and pencils Mrs. Fig had provided as props for his cover story. "I'll be back before dinner," he promised as he headed for the door. "See that you are," Petunia replied curtly. "And don't you dare embarrass us with this program of yours." Harry stepped outside into the summer sunshine, feeling lighter than he had in years. He was halfway to Mrs. Fig's cottage when a tall figure in an oddly cut suit approached from the opposite direction. Harry's steps faltered as recognition dawned. Though they'd never met, Harry knew instinctively who this was. The long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and piercing blue eyes matched Mrs. Fig's description perfectly. Albus Dumbledore had come to Privet Drive. The old wizard's eyes twinkled as he spotted Harry, and a benign smile spread across his face. "Ah, Harry my boy," he called cheerfully. "Just the person I was hoping to see. I believe it's time we had a chat about some rather extraordinary magical events." Harry felt the weight of the Gringotts Sanctuary coin in his pocket as he forced a neutral expression. This confrontation was coming sooner than expected, but he was as prepared as he could be. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore," he replied evenly. "I suppose it is time we talked." Chapter 2, Blood and Magic. Harry stared up at Albus Dumbledore, his heart hammering against his ribs. The headmaster looked exactly as Mrs. Fig had described, tall and imposing with twinkling blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, a long silver beard, and an air of grandfatherly benevolence that Harry now recognized as carefully cultivated. "I was just on my way to Mrs. Figg's," Harry said, fighting to keep his voice steady. "Ah, Arabella. A most dedicated guardian," Dumbledore smiled, but there was something calculating behind his gentle expression. "Perhaps I might accompany you. I find her cats most entertaining, and we do have matters to discuss." Harry's fingers closed around the sanctuary coin in his pocket. He wasn't ready for this confrontation, not here on Privet Drive where the Dursleys might see, not without more preparation. But running seemed unwise. Actually, a voice called from behind them, "Harry has an appointment at Gringotts that simply cannot be delayed." Harry turned to find Grimclaw approaching, looking incongruously normal in his perfectly tailored Muggle suit. Relief washed through him. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Senior Inheritance Specialist Grimclaw, if I'm not mistaken. This is an unexpected pleasure. I wasn't aware that Harry had business with Gringotts." "Inheritance matters wait for no wizard, Headmaster Dumbledore," Grimclaw replied smoothly. "Even those you've deemed too young to know of their heritage." The temperature seemed to drop several degrees despite the summer heat. Dumbledore's smile remained fixed, but the twinkle vanished from his eyes. "I see. And when did this consultation begin?" "Yesterday," Harry interjected, finding his courage. "After my magic exploded in Aunt Petunia's garden." "That's why you're here, isn't it? Your monitors showed something happened." Dumbledore studied Harry with new intensity. "Indeed. Several rather alarming magical fluctuations that suggested you might be in danger. I'm relieved to see you well, though clearly there have been developments I was unaware of." "You might say that," Harry replied, unable to keep a hint of accusation from his voice. "I've learned quite a lot in the last day." "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, "whatever you've discovered, I assure you there are explanations. Every decision I've made regarding your placement and magical development was for your protection. Including draining my magic to power Hogwarts." Harry challenged, his composure cracking. "Including suppression charms that left me too weak to defend myself against Dudley and his friends. Was that for my protection too?" Dumbledore's expression faltered for just a moment, surprise, perhaps even a flicker of guilt, before his composure returned. "These are complex matters with nuances that, forgive me, Headmaster," Grimclaw interrupted, checking a pocket watch, "but we have a scheduled appointment with the Healing Division. Perhaps this discussion could continue after young Mr. Potter's treatment." "Treatment?" Genuine concern flashed across Dumbledore's face. "What treatment? Harry, are you unwell?" Harry exchanged glances with Grimclaw before answering. "The healers are helping reverse the damage from years of magical suppression and drainage. They're also containing the dark magic in my scar." Dumbledore paled visibly. "Dark magic, you know about," he stopped himself, then continued more carefully. "Harry, these are dangerous matters requiring careful handling. Please, before you proceed further, allow me to explain my reasoning." "You've had 7 years to explain," Harry replied quietly. 7 years while I lived in a cupboard, thinking my parents died in a car crash, not knowing I was a wizard." Pain flickered across the old wizard's face. "A cupboard? Surely not. I left specific instructions. You left me on a doorstep with a letter," Harry cut in, years of buried resentment suddenly finding voice. "You never checked." "Not once." Dumbledore seemed to age before their eyes, his shoulders slumping slightly. "I had monitoring charms. They indicated you were alive and relatively safe." "Relatively," Harry repeated bitterly. "That says it all, doesn't it?" Grimclaw cleared his throat. "As fascinating as this exchange is, we really must depart. Headmaster, I extend a formal invitation for you to join Mr. Potter at Gringotts tomorrow at 10 o'clock, when the initial healing protocols have been completed. The Potter account manager will be present, along with legal counsel if required." Dumbledore regarded the goblin with a wary respect. Very well. I accept your invitation, though I hope Harry understands my concerns come from a place of genuine care. I'll see you tomorrow, Professor, Harry said, neither accepting nor rejecting the headmaster's claim. I have questions that need answers. As do I, my boy. As do I. Dumbledore inclined his head in a small bow. Until tomorrow, then. As the old wizard turned and walked away, Harry let out a shaky breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That, Grimclaw observed dryly, was either very brave or very foolish. Perhaps both, as is often the case with you wizards. I didn't mean to say so much, Harry admitted, still watching Dumbledore's retreating form. It just came out. Understandable. The release of suppressed magic often correlates with a release of suppressed emotions. The goblin gestured toward Mrs. Fig's house. Shall we? We do indeed have an appointment at Gringotts, though not for another hour. I took the liberty of accelerating our timetable when my wards detected Dumbledore's arrival in the area. You were watching for him? Of course. One does not enter a financial negotiation without anticipating all likely scenarios. Grimclaw's sharp teeth showed briefly in what might have been a smile. Consider this your first lesson in goblin strategy, Mr. Potter. Always arrive prepared for the conversation your opponent doesn't realize you know they wish to have. The healing division of Gringotts was busier than it had been the day before. Goblins in white robes moved purposefully between treatment rooms, carrying potions and instruments Harry couldn't identify. Silverhand met them in a small consultation room, her expression grave. Our preliminary scans yesterday were incomplete, she said without preamble. With the suppression charms removed and the ward connection severed, we've detected additional magical anomalies requiring attention. Harry swallowed nervously. What kind of anomalies? Multiple memory blocks, for one, she replied, consulting a parchment covered in complex diagrams. Likely placed when you were very young, but reinforced periodically. And the bindings on your natural metamorphic abilities. My what? Harry asked, bewildered. Metamorphic abilities, the magical capacity to alter your physical appearance, Grimclaw explained. Rare, but not unheard of, especially in families with black bloodlines. Your grandmother Doria was a black before marrying into the Potter line. Harry struggled to process this. So someone blocked my memories and stopped me from changing my appearance? Why? Control, Silverhand said simply. Memory blocks would make you more malleable, less likely to question your circumstances. As for the metamorphic bindings. She hesitated, glancing at Grimclaw. Your appearance is iconic, Mr. Potter, the Inheritance Specialist said carefully. The resemblance to your father with your mother's eyes, the lightning scar, these features have become symbols in wizarding society. If you could unconsciously alter them. I might not look like people expect the boy who lived to look, Harry finished, understanding dawning. And that would make it harder to use me as a symbol. Precisely, Grimclaw nodded approvingly. Practical, if somewhat ruthless, strategy on Dumbledore's part. The question now is how you wish to proceed. Harry considered for a moment. Can you remove the blocks and bindings safely? The memory blocks, yes, though the process is not without discomfort, Silverhand answered. The metamorphic bindings are more complex, they've been in place during critical developmental years. We can remove them, but you'll need significant training to control the abilities afterward. I want them gone, Harry said firmly. All of them. And I want to remember whatever was taken from me. Silverhand nodded. Very well. We'll begin with the memory blocks, as they're potentially more damaging if left in place. Please follow me. The treatment room was smaller than before, its walls lined with obsidian rather than rose quartz. A single reclining chair stood in the center, surrounded by strange crystalline structures that emitted a soft, pulsing light. Memory block removal is delicate work, Silverhand explained as she guided Harry to the chair. The blocks were placed at different times, layering over each other. We'll remove them chronologically, starting with the most recent. Will it hurt? Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Not physically, the healer replied honestly. But emotionally, recovered memories can be overwhelming, especially traumatic ones. Do you think that's what was blocked? Traumatic memories? Silverhand's expression softened slightly. It would be the most logical explanation. Now, drink this, it will help stabilize your mind during the procedure. The potion tasted of mint and something metallic. As it took effect, Harry felt a curious detachment, as if he were floating slightly above himself while remaining fully aware. Two assistant healers positioned themselves on either side of his chair, while Silverhand stood directly before him, holding a wand made of some dark, polished wood. Focus on the light, she instructed, indicating a blue crystal that now glowed more brightly than the others. I will count backward from 10, and with each number, you'll go deeper into a receptive state. When I reach 0, we'll begin removing the first block. Harry fixed his gaze on the crystal, its blue light seeming to expand until it filled his vision. 10, 9, 8. By 0, Harry felt completely serene, floating in a peaceful blue void. The first block was placed approximately 1 year ago. Silverhand's voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I am dissolving it now. A gentle pressure built in Harry's temples, then released with a sensation like ice melting. Suddenly, he was no longer in the blue void but standing in Mrs. Figg's living room, watching a tall, red-haired man in strange robes examining him with concern. He's grown so thin, Arabella, the man was saying. And these bruises, Dumbledore assured us he was being properly cared for. I've reported my concerns, Arthur, Mrs. Figg replied anxiously. But Albus insists the blood protection takes precedence over other considerations. The red-haired man, Arthur, knelt before 7-year-old Harry. Hello there, Harry. I'm Arthur Weasley. My sons are about your age, Ron's 7, and the twins are 9. Perhaps you might visit us someday at the Burrow. Would you like that? Young Harry nodded eagerly. Yes, please. Do your sons like to play games? Dudley never lets me join his games. Arthur's expression darkened slightly at this, but he forced a smile. Oh yes, they love games. Quidditch especially, that's played on broomsticks, you know. Real flying broomsticks. Young Harry's eyes widened with wonder. Real flying, Arthur broke off, looking alarmed. Ah, I shouldn't have. That is, I meant toy broomsticks, of course. Just pretend. But it was too late. Young Harry's excitement had triggered his first conscious awareness of magic in years, and a nearby teacup had risen several inches off the table. Arthur looked startled, then impressed, then worried in rapid succession. Remarkable control for his age, he murmured to Mrs. Figg. But if his magic is manifesting this clearly already. Dumbledore said the suppression charms would prevent accidental magic until he was at least 9 or 10. The memory shifted, became hazier. Arthur was apologizing, raising a wand. I'm sorry, Harry, but it's for the best. You need to remain safely with your relatives for now. Obliviate. The memory dissolved, and Harry gasped as he returned partially to awareness in the treatment room. First block removed, Silverhand announced clinically. How do you feel, Mr. Potter? I remember, Harry said shakily. Arthur Weasley visited Mrs. Figg's house. He talked about his sons, about Quidditch. He saw my bruises from where Dudley had pushed me down the stairs. And then he erased my memory of the meeting. On whose authority? Grimclaw asked sharply from somewhere behind Harry. He said Dumbledore's name, Harry recalled. He seemed worried that my magic was showing despite suppression charms. Silverhand made a note on her parchment. This confirms our theory of ongoing magical monitoring and intervention. Are you ready to continue with the next block? Harry nodded, still processing the recovered memory. Yes. I need to know what else was taken. Very well. Focus on the blue light again. The process repeated 4 more times, each memory block dissolving to reveal hidden fragments of Harry's past. At age 6, a stern-looking witch named McGonagall visiting Privet Drive disguised as a school administrator, her eyes widening in shock at Harry's living conditions before she regretfully obliviated him and departed to have words with Albus. At age 5, waking in the night to find a strange man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose standing over his cupboard, performing some kind of magical scan while muttering about Lily's eyes, and Potter's arrogance already showing, before erasing Harry's memory of the encounter. At age 4, accidental magic healing a particularly nasty burn after Aunt Petunia had accidentally splashed him with boiling water, followed by the arrival of a frantic Dumbledore himself, who praised Harry's remarkable resilience, before regretfully modifying his memory and reinforcing the suppression charms. And finally, most painfully, at age 3, clear memories of his parents, his mother's laughter as she sang him to sleep, his father's strong arms tossing him in the air, a big black dog that changed into a man who gave the best piggyback rides, all fading under Dumbledore's wand as the old wizard murmured that it would be easier for the boy to adjust without such vivid recollections. When the final block dissolved, Harry was openly weeping, overwhelmed by the recovered fragments of a happier past and the knowledge that they had been deliberately taken from him. Enough for now, Silverhand decided, signaling to her assistants. His magical core needs time to stabilize before we address the metamorphic bindings. Through his tears, Harry became aware of Grimclaw standing beside his chair, an uncharacteristic expression of sympathy on his harsh features. "Rest, Mr. Potter," the goblin said quietly. "What was taken can never truly be restored, but in remembering, you reclaim pieces of yourself that were wrongfully seized." Harry nodded, unable to speak through the tangle of grief and rage coiling in his chest. They had taken even his memories of his parents, the only thing he should have had left of them. Dumbledore had much to answer for. 2 hours later, somewhat recovered from the emotional ordeal of memory restoration, Harry faced the next challenge. Silverhand had explained that removing the metamorphic bindings would be physically taxing rather than emotionally traumatic, but would require Harry's active participation. "Your natural ability has been restrained for so long that it may initially manifest chaotically," she warned as her assistants prepared a complex arrangement of crystals and potions. "You must focus on maintaining your current form while we dissolve the bindings." Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure how to focus on maintaining his form. The concept of being able to change his appearance at will was both exciting and terrifying. "Visualize yourself as you are now," Silverhand instructed, seeing his uncertainty. "Hold that image firmly in your mind throughout the procedure." This time, no potion was administered. Instead, the goblin healers positioned 7 crystals of different colors in a circle around Harry, each hovering at a different height. The bindings were applied in a 7-fold pattern, Silverhand explained. A complex piece of spellcraft, suggesting it was done with considerable deliberation, not as a hasty precaution. She and the other healers began a low chant in the goblin language, harsh and guttural to human ears, but with an underlying rhythm that resonated with something deep in Harry's magical core. The crystals began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, until they blurred into rings of colored light. Harry felt pressure building throughout his body, centering most intensely in his face and hair. "Maintain your form," Silverhand reminded him sharply. "Focus, Mr. Potter." Harry concentrated on his mental self-image: skinny, messy black hair, green eyes, glasses, lightning scar. As he did, he became aware of something pushing against his concentration, like a dam holding back a powerful current. The chanting reached a crescendo, and suddenly the dam broke. Harry felt his body ripple with possibilities. His skin seemed fluid, his bones malleable, his very structure negotiable. For one terrifying moment, he thought he might dissolve entirely into a formless mass of potential. "Hold your image," Silverhand commanded. "Anchor yourself." With tremendous effort, Harry clung to his mental self-portrait, though he could feel details slipping, his hair perhaps slightly less messy, his scar less pronounced, his eyes shifting subtly in shape. The spinning crystals abruptly stopped, each shattering into fine dust that settled on Harry's skin and was absorbed with a tingling sensation. The pressure released, and Harry slumped in his chair, exhausted but intact. "Well done," Silverhand said, examining him with a critical eye. "Some minor changes occurred, but nothing drastic. Your inherent magic recognized your chosen form as valid." Harry looked down at his hands, which appeared the same as always. "Did it work? I don't feel different." Grimclaw stepped forward, conjuring a hand mirror with a snap of his fingers. "See for yourself, Mr. Potter." The face that looked back at Harry from the mirror was recognizably his own, but with subtle differences. His hair, while still black, lay slightly less chaotically against his head. His famous scar, though still present, had faded to a thin silver line rather than an angry red mark. His eyes remained vividly green, but their shape had altered slightly, less round, more almond-shaped like his mother's had been in the photographs Grimclaw had shown him. "This is, me?" Harry asked, fascinated by the subtle changes. "This is you without the bindings forcing an exaggerated resemblance to your father and maintaining your scar's prominence," Silverhand explained. "Your natural metamorphic ability has already begun subtle adjustments based on your subconscious desires. Can I change more dramatically? Like, different hair color or eye color? With training, yes. But I strongly advise against attempting significant changes until you've learned proper control. Metamorphic abilities can be dangerous if mismanaged. Cases of partial transformations becoming permanent or transformers becoming stuck between forms are well documented." Harry nodded, still staring at his subtly altered reflection. He looked healthier, less like a carbon copy of James Potter with Lily's eyes forcibly inserted, and more like a natural blend of both parents. "The scar's fading is particularly noteworthy," Grimclaw observed. "It suggests your magic is naturally working to heal the curse damage now that it's unbound. Will it disappear completely?" Harry asked, touching the thinner, silver mark. "Unlikely," Silverhand replied. "Curse scars usually remain in some form. However, its reduced prominence may indicate that the parasitic attachment we detected is losing its foothold as your natural magic reasserts itself." This was welcome news indeed. Harry handed the mirror back to Grimclaw, feeling simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated. "What happens now?" "Now you rest," Silverhand said firmly. "Your magical core needs time to stabilize after such significant adjustments. We have a recovery chamber prepared." "And tomorrow?" Harry asked, looking to Grimclaw. The Inheritance Specialist's expression turned grim. "Tomorrow we meet with Albus Dumbledore. After today's revelations, I believe we have considerably more to discuss with the headmaster than previously anticipated." The Gringotts guest quarters where Harry spent the night were more luxurious than anything he'd ever experienced, a spacious room with a four-poster bed, private bathroom with an enormous tub, and meals delivered by silent, efficient goblin attendants. After the emotional and physical demands of the day's procedures, Harry slept deeply, his dreams filled with fragments of recovered memories, his mother's laughter, his father's voice, the big black dog that was somehow also his godfather. Morning arrived with a gentle chiming sound and the appearance of breakfast, porridge with honey, fresh fruit, and hot chocolate, on a table that hadn't been there the night before. As Harry ate, he experimented cautiously with his new metamorphic abilities, managing after several attempts to change his eye color from green to blue and back again. The effort left him with a mild headache, confirming Silverhand's warning that he needed proper training before attempting significant transformations. A knock at the door announced Grimclaw's arrival, accompanied by an older, even more formally dressed goblin introduced as Ironheart, the Potter family account manager. "Silverhand reports your recovery is proceeding well," Grimclaw observed, studying Harry's appearance. "Though I see you've been experimenting already." Harry's hand went self-consciously to his hair, which he'd accidentally turned a dark auburn while trying to change his eye color back to green. "It's harder to control than I expected. Metamorphic abilities typically require years of training," Ironheart said, speaking for the first time in a deep, gravelly voice. Few wizards appreciate the complex magic involved in altering one's physical form without the crutch of a transfiguration spell. The senior goblin placed a polished wooden box on the table. These items may prove useful in your meeting with Dumbledore. Family artifacts with certain, protective properties. Inside the box, nestled in velvet, lay 3 items, a signet ring bearing the Potter crest, a slim golden wand holster inscribed with runes, and a small pendant shaped like a griffin. The ring identifies you as acting head of House Potter in magical contracts and negotiations, Ironheart explained. The holster provides protection against both disarming and summoning charms. And the pendant. He paused, eyes glinting. The pendant detects and provides limited resistance against mental intrusion, what wizards call legilimency. Harry picked up the pendant, feeling a slight tingle of magic as it touched his skin. Mind reading? Dumbledore can read minds. The headmaster is a skilled legilimens, Grimclaw confirmed. He would consider it his duty to examine your thoughts for signs of coercion or deception, especially given recent events. That's horrible, Harry said, disturbed by the implication. Isn't it private what's in someone's head? The goblins exchanged meaningful glances. Wizards have different standards regarding such matters, Ironheart said diplomatically. The pendant will alert you to any attempt at intrusion and provide basic shielding. For more complete protection, you would need training in occlumency. Harry put on the pendant immediately, then the ring, which resized itself to fit his finger perfectly. The holster he strapped to his forearm beneath his sleeve, sliding his grandfather's wand into it with a satisfying click. How do I look? He asked, standing straighter in his new robes, another gift from the goblins, in deep green with the Potter crest subtly embroidered on the breast. Like a young wizard coming into his inheritance, Grimclaw answered approvingly. Which is precisely the impression we wish to convey. Ironheart checked a pocket watch. Dumbledore will arrive in 15 minutes. We should proceed to the conference room. Remember, Mr. Potter, while you are legally recognized as magically sovereign, you are still physically a child in a meeting with a very powerful adult wizard. Maintain your composure, state your concerns clearly, and allow us to intervene if matters become contentious. Harry nodded, suddenly nervous despite the confidence his new appearance gave him. What if he tries to take me back to the Dursleys? What if he puts the bindings back on? He cannot, Grimclaw assured him. Not on Gringotts soil, and not without violating magical contracts that would have severe consequences. You are safe here, Mr. Potter. Somewhat reassured, Harry followed the goblins through the winding corridors of Gringotts' upper levels to a formal conference room. The chamber was impressive without being intimidating. A round table of polished marble dominated the space, with comfortable chairs positioned around it and the crests of both Gringotts and House Potter displayed prominently on the wall. They had just taken their seats when the door opened to admit not only Albus Dumbledore, but also a severe-looking witch in emerald robes and a square-jawed wizard wearing a monocle. Ah, Grimclaw said, rising. Headmaster Dumbledore. And I see you've brought Professor McGonagall and Director Bones. How, prudent. I felt additional perspectives would be valuable, Dumbledore replied smoothly, though his eyes betrayed surprise as they fell on Harry. Harry, my boy. You look different. Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily, feeling a slight warmth from the pendant against his chest. Yes, Professor. I've had some magical bindings removed. Bindings I never consented to. McGonagall inhaled sharply, her eyes widening as she took in Harry's altered appearance. Albus, you said there were monitoring charms, not binding spells. And certainly nothing that would affect his natural appearance. There is much the headmaster has not shared with his colleagues, Ironheart observed coldly. Please, be seated. We have many matters to discuss. The 3 newcomers took chairs opposite Harry and the goblins. Director Bones, whom Harry now recognized as some kind of official based on the formal insignia on her robes, spoke first. I'm Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Professor Dumbledore requested my presence as a neutral third party, given the sensitive nature of this meeting. Her gaze, sharp and assessing, moved between Harry and the headmaster. I understand there are concerns regarding Mr. Potter's magical guardianship and certain unauthorized magical interventions. A succinct summary, Grimclaw acknowledged with a slight inclination of his head. Though, concerns rather understates the matter. We have documented evidence of extensive magical tampering with Mr. Potter's core, memory, and natural abilities. Dumbledore sighed heavily, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. I had hoped to explain the necessity of these measures to Harry privately, before matters escalated to this point. You had 7 years to explain, Professor, Harry said quietly. You never came. The headmaster's blue eyes dimmed. A failing on my part, I admit. I believe distance was protective, for you and for those around you. The blood wards required your residence with your mother's family, and I feared my presence would draw unwanted attention. Yet you found time to personally reinforce memory blocks and suppression charms, Ironheart observed, sliding a parchment across the table. Our healers have documented at least 5 direct magical interventions by you personally, and several more by your agents. McGonagall picked up the parchment, her expression growing increasingly horrified as she read. Albus, this can't be right. You said the boy was protected and well cared for. He was protected, Dumbledore insisted. The blood wards, protected from external threats, perhaps, Grimclaw interrupted sharply. But not from internal ones. Not from the systematic draining of his magic to power Hogwarts wards. Not from memory blocks that removed even his recollections of his parents. And certainly not from relatives who kept him in a cupboard and treated him as an unwelcome servant. Director Bones's monocle dropped from her eye in shock. A cupboard? Memory blocks? Albus, what is the meaning of this? For the first time since Harry had met him, Dumbledore appeared genuinely discomfited. There have been, unfortunate misunderstandings. The connection to the Hogwarts wards was intended to stabilize Harry's magic after the trauma of that Halloween night, when his core was damaged by Voldemort's attack. And did this stabilization coincidentally provide a significant power source for Hogwarts defenses? Ironheart asked silkily. That was a secondary benefit, Dumbledore admitted. One that seemed prudent given the continued threats to both Harry and the school. Harry leaned forward, finding his voice. And the memory blocks? What benefit came from taking away my memories of my parents? A flicker of genuine pain crossed Dumbledore's face. Those early blocks were, perhaps, an error in judgment. You were grieving, Harry. Inconsolable in those first months. The memory charms were meant to ease your transition, to help you adjust to your new home without the constant pain of fresh loss. And the later blocks? Harry pressed. When Professor McGonagall visited? When Mr. Weasley saw the bruises Dudley gave me? Were those for my benefit too? McGonagall's head snapped up. I never reported, she stopped abruptly, a look of dawning comprehension on her face. My memories were modified as well, weren't they, Albus? The silence that followed was answer enough. Director Bones cleared her throat. These are serious allegations, requiring formal investigation. However, our immediate concern must be Mr. Potter's current status and well-being. She turned to Harry directly. Young man, where would you prefer to reside while these matters are investigated? Return to your relatives, remain in Gringotts custody, or perhaps alternative wizarding guardians? Before Harry could answer, Dumbledore interjected. I'm afraid Harry must return to Privet Drive, at least temporarily. The blood wards require his presence to recharge, especially now that the supplementary protections have been disrupted. Actually, Grimclaw said with the air of someone playing a winning card, that is no longer strictly necessary. Our curse breakers have analyzed the blood ward schema and discovered it requires only blood presence, not physical residence. This pronouncement was met with stunned silence. What exactly do you mean? Dumbledore finally asked, his voice carefully controlled. Ironheart smiled thinly. Mr. Potter has provided a blood sample that has been magically preserved and enchanted to register as his continuous presence at Privet Drive. The wards will maintain themselves without requiring the boy to physically dwell in an abusive environment. That's not possible, Dumbledore insisted. Blood magic is more complex than wizards typically understand, Grimclaw finished for him. However, goblins have worked with blood magic for millennia. We understand its nuances rather better than most. Harry watched the exchange with growing hope. Does this mean I don't have to go back to the Dursleys? It means, Director Bones said carefully, that the primary magical justification for your placement there appears no longer valid. Alternative arrangements could be considered. Dumbledore looked deeply troubled. There are other factors, prophecies, protections, that must be taken into account. Prophecies? McGonagall repeated sharply. Albus, you never mentioned prophecies regarding Harry. The headmaster sighed. It was not information to be shared lightly, Minerva. The fewer who knew, the safer Harry would be. And how safe was he in a cupboard under the stairs, she retorted, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced in her anger. Director Bones raised a hand. This discussion is becoming circular. Let us establish concrete next steps. She turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, setting aside where you will ultimately reside, what outcome do you seek from this meeting? Harry considered the question carefully. I want 3 things. First, I want all the bindings and blocks to stay removed. It's my magic and my memories, no one should control them but me. Second, I want to know everything about why Voldemort targeted my family and what that means for my future. No more secrets. He took a deep breath. And third, I want to know the truth about my godfather, Sirius Black. My parents' letter said if he wasn't caring for me, something had gone terribly wrong. This final request caused the most dramatic reaction yet. McGonagall paled visibly, Director Bones straightened in her chair with sudden intensity, and Dumbledore's expression became completely unreadable. Black was their secret keeper, McGonagall said quietly. He betrayed them to you-know-who. He's in Azkaban for that betrayal and for murdering 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew. When was his trial? Grimclaw asked suddenly. Our records show no withdrawal of funds from the Black Vaults to pay for legal representation, nor any formal notification to Gringotts of his conviction, which is standard procedure for sentenced wizards of noble houses. Director Bones frowned. That's an excellent question. The DMLE records from that period are somewhat chaotic, given the immediate post-war confusion. Barty Crouch was handling most high-profile Death Eater cases personally. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested carefully, this particular matter could be investigated separately. It's hardly appropriate to burden young Harry with such grim details. On the contrary, Ironheart countered. As the primary beneficiary named in the last will and testament of both James and Lily Potter, Mr. Potter has a legal right to know the circumstances surrounding his godfather's imprisonment. Especially as the Potters will specifically stated that Black was not their secret keeper. This bombshell produced absolute silence. What? McGonagall finally whispered. The Potter's will, Ironheart repeated patiently, producing a sealed document from inside his jacket, which was presented to the Wisengamot on November 3, 1981, but never executed, explicitly states that Peter Pettigrew was their secret keeper, not Sirius Black. Director Bones extended her hand, her expression now professionally neutral despite the shock evident in her eyes. I need to see that document immediately. As Ironheart handed over the will, Harry turned to Dumbledore, whose face had gone ashen. You were Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot in 1981, he said quietly. You would have seen this will. You knew Sirius wasn't the secret keeper. The conference room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for Dumbledore's response. It's more complicated than that, Harry, the headmaster finally said, his voice heavy. The will was sealed by ministry decree due to the sensitive nature of the times. I was aware of its contents, yes, but there was other evidence against Sirius, witnesses who saw him confront Pettigrew, the explosion that killed those muggles. Was there a trial? Director Bones demanded, looking up from the will. Any trial at all, Albus? Dumbledore's silence was damning. I see, Bones said, her voice turning to ice. In my capacity as Director of Magical Law Enforcement, I am formally reopening the case of Sirius Black, effective immediately. And I will be launching a separate investigation into the suppression of evidence and denial of basic legal rights. Amelia, Dumbledore began, the circumstances at the time are no excuse for abandoning fundamental principles of justice, she cut him off sharply. Especially not by those entrusted with upholding them. Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions, vindication that his parents' letter had led to this revelation, rage that his godfather had been imprisoned without trial, and a growing distrust of Dumbledore, whose calm facade was rapidly crumbling. Mr. Potter, Director Bones continued, turning back to Harry, pending these investigations, I propose the following arrangement. You will be placed under the temporary guardianship of Gringotts Bank as your financial custodian, with alternate secure accommodations to be arranged. Your magical education will begin immediately under tutors approved by both Gringotts and the DMLE. And you will have supervised visitation rights with your relatives if and only if you wish it. She glanced at Dumbledore. The headmaster will provide full disclosure regarding any prophecies or other information pertinent to your safety, to be held in confidence by appropriate parties. Dumbledore looked as if he wanted to object but seemed to recognize the precariousness of his position. I would request certain magical protections be maintained, regardless of Harry's residence, he said instead. There are those who would still seek to harm him. Reasonable security measures will of course be implemented, Ironheart agreed smoothly. Gringotts takes the safety of its clients very seriously. Harry could hardly believe what he was hearing. No return to the Dursleys. Magical education starting immediately. The possibility of his godfather's innocence being recognized. It was more than he dared hope for. There is one more matter, Grimclaw said, interrupting Harry's thoughts. The parasitic magical attachment in Mr. Potter's scar. Our healers have contained it temporarily, but its nature is concerning. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. I had feared as much. It is a fragment of Voldemort himself, what wizards call a Horcrux, though an unintentional one. It contains a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, split at the moment of the killing curse's rebound. McGonagall gasped in horror, while Director Bones's expression hardened further. You knew? Harry asked, his voice small. You knew I had a piece of Voldemort in me, and you left it there. I knew it was likely, Dumbledore admitted. But removing such dark magic is extremely dangerous. Few have the knowledge or ability to safely extract a Horcrux without killing its vessel. Yet you never sought out those few? Grimclaw asked pointedly. Never consulted experts in soul magic or curse breaking? The risks were less important than maintaining control of Mr. Potter as your prophesied weapon, Ironheart finished coldly. Your inaction makes sense only if you believed the boy would ultimately need to die to destroy the soul fragment. The accusation hung in the air like poison. Harry stared at Dumbledore, silently begging him to deny it. It was never that simple, the headmaster said after a long pause. I have spent years searching for alternatives, for ways to remove the Horcrux without harming Harry. But the prophecy speaks of neither being able to live while the other survives. You think I have to die? Harry whispered, horrified. That's why you didn't care how the Dursleys treated me. Because I'm just a walking dead man anyway. No, Harry, Dumbledore insisted, reaching across the table. Never that. I have always cared deeply for your welfare. But I also carry the terrible burden of knowing what may be required to finally defeat Voldemort. I've sought to balance your childhood against the demands of destiny, perhaps imperfectly, but always with your ultimate good in mind. Fascinating interpretation, Grimclaw remarked dryly. Fortunately, goblins are not bound by wizarding prophecies nor limited by wizarding magical knowledge. Our curse breakers believe the Horcrux can be removed without harming Mr. Potter, though the ritual will require extensive preparation. Hope flared in Harry's chest. You can get it out of me? Really? We believe so, yes, Grimclaw confirmed. Though it will take time to gather the necessary components and prepare the ritual space. Director Bones nodded decisively. Then it's settled. Mr. Potter will remain under Gringotts' protection while preparations for the Horcrux removal are made and the investigations into both Sirius Black's case and the mishandling of the Potter guardianship proceed. She fixed Dumbledore with a stern look. The Wisengamot will be informed of these developments, Albus. Not all details, but enough to ensure proper oversight. Dumbledore seemed to have aged years during the meeting, the customary twinkle in his eyes completely extinguished. I have always acted in what I believe to be the greater good, he said quietly. If my judgment was flawed, I accept the consequences. But I implore you all to remember that Voldemort is not truly gone. Harry remains in danger, and decisions made now will echo for years to come. Perhaps, McGonagall said with unusual sharpness, if you had been more forthcoming from the beginning, we wouldn't be facing such difficult choices now. She turned to Harry, her expression softening. Mr. Potter, Harry, I want you to know that not everyone at Hogwarts was aware of these circumstances. Many of us have been looking forward to your arrival for years, myself included. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The revelations of the meeting had left him emotionally drained, oscillating between hope for his future and anger at what had been done to him. Director Bones stood, signaling the meeting's end. I will begin the necessary paperwork immediately. Professor Dumbledore, I expect your full cooperation with both investigations. Professor McGonagall, as Deputy Headmistress, you should prepare for possible changes to Hogwarts ward structures once the connection to Mr. Potter is fully documented. As the meeting broke up, Dumbledore made one last attempt to speak privately with Harry, but Grimclaw smoothly intercepted him. Mr. Potter has had quite enough emotional strain for one day, Headmaster. Any further discussions can wait until he has had time to process today's revelations. Watching Dumbledore finally leave, defeated but not entirely broken, Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions. The man had manipulated his entire life, had potentially condemned his godfather to Azkaban without trial, had even known about the soul fragment in his scar without taking action. Yet beneath the manipulations, Harry sensed genuine concern, however misguided. You're thinking too hard, Mr. Potter, Ironheart observed once they were alone. A common failing in young wizards. Harry smiled weakly. Just trying to figure out if Dumbledore is a good person who did terrible things, or a terrible person who sometimes does good things. The goblin made a sound that might have been a chuckle. Perhaps neither. Perhaps both. The oldest and wisest often make the most catastrophic mistakes precisely because they believe their wisdom protects them from error. Grimclaw returned, looking satisfied with the meeting's outcome. Director Bones is a formidable witch with a reputation for absolute integrity. With her involved, Dumbledore will find it difficult to reassert control over your situation. What happens now? Harry asked, the reality of his changed circumstances beginning to sink in. Where will I live? How will this work? Gringotts maintains secure residences for valued clients requiring protection, Ironheart explained. You will be moved to one such property today, a comfortable townhouse in London with extensive magical defenses. A house elf will be assigned for daily needs, and tutors will begin your magical education immediately. As for your relatives, Grimclaw added, the Blood Ward anchor has already been placed at Privet Drive. You need never return there if you do not wish to. Harry thought about the Dursleys, their casual cruelty, their determination to stamp out his freakishness, their constant reminders that he was unwanted. I don't think I want to see them again, he decided. At least not for a long time. A reasonable choice, Grimclaw nodded. Though I would suggest a formal letter terminating your residence there, to provide legal clarity. We can prepare such a document for your signature. The thought of officially, legally leaving Privet Drive forever made something tight in Harry's chest loosen slightly. I'd like that. And, what about Sirius? My godfather? If he's innocent. Director Bones will move quickly on that investigation, Ironheart assured him. The evidence in your parents' will alone is compelling, and if no trial was ever conducted, the DMLE will be forced to rectify that error promptly to avoid scandal. Could I write to him? Let him know someone's trying to help him. The goblins exchanged glances. Azkaban correspondence is strictly regulated, Grimclaw said carefully. However, once the investigation is formally opened, Director Bones would have authority to deliver case-related communications. We could perhaps arrange something through that channel. Hope blossomed in Harry's heart at the thought of connecting with someone who had truly known and loved his parents, who had been falsely imprisoned while Harry suffered at the Dursleys. I'd like to try. Even if he can't write back yet. Ironheart nodded approvingly. A commendable sentiment. Now, shall we proceed to your new residence? The healers have one final treatment scheduled this evening to complete the stabilization of your magical core, and you should rest before then. As they left the conference room, Harry felt simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated. In just 2 days, his entire life had been upended, his magic freed, his memories restored, his future reclaimed from Dumbledore's careful plans. There were still dangers ahead, Voldemort's soul fragment to remove, the prophecy to understand, a Godfather to possibly rescue, but for the first time, Harry felt he was facing these challenges on his own terms, not as a pawn in someone else's game. The boy who lived was becoming the boy who chose, and that made all the difference. The goblin-owned townhouse in a quiet corner of magical London exceeded all Harry's expectations. For stories tall and magically expanded inside, it featured a library, potions laboratory, dueling room, and comfortable living quarters decorated in warm woods and rich fabrics. Extensive wards made it both unplottable and protected against magical detection, meaning Harry could practice magic freely without ministry interference. The trace doesn't register here, Grimclaw explained as he led Harry through the house. An advantage of certain goblin warding techniques that the ministry chooses not to acknowledge officially. A house elf named Libby, assigned to Harry's care, greeted them in the entrance hall. Unlike the downtrodden creatures Harry had read about in Magical Servants and Their Customs, one of the books from his family vault, Libby wore a neat uniform bearing the Gringotts crest and spoke with professional courtesy rather than cringing subservience. Libby is being honored to assist the Potter heir, she said, bowing slightly. The evening meal is prepared, and your quarters are ready. Is Master Harry having any special requirements? Unused to such treatment, Harry stammered that everything seemed perfect. Grimclaw nodded approvingly at the elf before continuing the tour, explaining various magical features of the residence and security protocols Harry should follow. Your tutors will begin tomorrow, the goblin informed him as they settled in the library. We've engaged specialists in several fields, magical theory, defensive magic, potions, and metamorphic control to start. Director Bones has also arranged for an aura instructor to cover basic dueling techniques, given the unique security concerns surrounding you. Harry nodded, feeling slightly overwhelmed by how quickly everything was moving. What about the Horcrux removal? When will that happen? The ritual requires precise timing with the lunar cycle. The next optimal date is 3 weeks from now, during the waning quarter moon. Until then, our healers will continue strengthening the containment around the soul fragment and preparing your magical core to withstand the extraction. 3 weeks seemed both impossibly soon and frustratingly distant for such a life-changing procedure. Harry's hand rose unconsciously to his scar, which had continued to fade to a thin silvery line as his unbound magic worked to heal the old wound. And Sirius? He asked. Has Director Bones said anything more? She has already dispatched Aurors to secure records from the original case, Grimclaw replied. If, as we suspect, no trial occurred, she will have grounds to demand an immediate review by the Wisengamot. The process may take time, but it has begun. Could I write that letter to him tonight? Even if it can't be delivered right away? Grimclaw nodded, gesturing to an elegant writing desk by the window. Certainly. Parchment and quills are provided there. I suggest keeping your message relatively brief and focused on hope rather than specific promises, given the uncertainty of the situation. Harry moved to the desk, his mind already composing words for the Godfather he'd never known but suddenly felt desperate to connect with. As he settled into the chair, the weight of the day's events seemed to press down upon him, and he realized how physically and emotionally drained he truly was. Perhaps the letter can wait until morning, Grimclaw suggested, observing Harry's fatigue. You should eat and rest before your final healing session this evening. Reluctantly, Harry agreed. Libby appeared promptly to escort him to the dining room, where a simple but delicious meal awaited. As he ate, Harry gazed around at his new surroundings, marveling at how drastically his circumstances had changed in such a short time. From a cupboard under the stairs to a magical townhouse, from ignorance of his heritage to direct control of his future, it was almost too much to process. After dinner, Silverhand arrived for Harry's final core stabilization treatment. Unlike the previous procedures, this one was relatively straightforward: a potion to drink, a brief magical examination, and gentle guidance on exercises to help Harry regulate his newly unbound magic. Your core is adjusting remarkably well, she observed, studying the glowing diagram her diagnostic spell had produced. Better than I anticipated, given the years of suppression. Your inherent magical strength is significant. Is that unusual? Harry asked. For a wizard your age? Yes. Most children display occasional accidental magic when emotionally stressed. Your outburst in the garden, blooming an entire yard instantaneously despite years of suppression, suggests raw power well above average. She hesitated, then added, it may explain Dumbledore's decisions regarding the ward connection. A magical core as strong as yours, developing unchecked, could have been volatile and potentially dangerous to yourself and others. So he was right to suppress my magic? Harry asked, troubled by the implication. Right? No, Silverhand said firmly. There were other options: gradual training beginning at an earlier age, specialized tutoring in control techniques, even certain stabilizing potions that wouldn't have interfered with your core's growth. The methods chosen reflected a desire for control as much as protection. After the healer departed, Harry found himself too restless to sleep despite his exhaustion. His mind raced with everything he'd learned, everything that had changed, everything still to come. Libby found him in the library past midnight, curled in a window seat with a book on metamorphmagus abilities open but unread in his lap. Master Harry is needing rest, the elf said gently. Tomorrow is being a busy day with new tutors. Harry sighed, closing the book. I know, Libby. I just can't seem to shut my brain off. Everything's happening so fast. The house elf considered him thoughtfully, then snapped her fingers. A steaming mug appeared on the small table beside Harry. Hot chocolate with calming draught. Not sleeping potion, just soothing for racing thoughts. Grateful, Harry accepted the mug. Thank you. This is all so strange for me, having someone actually care about whether I sleep or eat properly. Libby's large eyes widened slightly. Bad humans were not caring for Master Harry before. No, Harry admitted, taking a sip of the excellent hot chocolate. They really weren't. The elf's expression darkened momentarily before returning to professional composure. Libby will make sure Master Harry is properly cared for now. No bad humans will be hurting him again. There was something fierce in the small creature's declaration that touched Harry deeply. Thank you, Libby. That means a lot. He finished the hot chocolate, feeling its calming effects spread through him, and finally headed to bed. The room assigned to him was larger than the Dursleys' entire upstairs, with a four-poster bed, a desk for studying, comfortable chairs by a small fireplace, and a window overlooking a magically concealed garden. It was more space than Harry knew what to do with, but as he settled beneath the soft blankets, he found himself grateful for every inch of it. Just before sleep claimed him, Harry's thoughts turned to his parents. I'm trying, he whispered to their memory. I'm trying to be what you would have wanted. He fell asleep with their faces from the recovered memories clear in his mind, his mother's bright smile, his father's proud gaze. For the first time since arriving at Gringotts, Harry's dreams were peaceful. The following days brought a whirlwind of new experiences as Harry's magical education began in earnest. His tutors arrived promptly each morning, each a specialist in their field and each clearly briefed on Harry's unusual situation. Professor Winterbloom, a retired Hogwarts teacher who now specialized in foundational magical theory, was first to arrive. A tall witch with silver hair and keen blue eyes, she assessed Harry's knowledge, practically non-existent, and magical control, erratic but promising, before developing a customized curriculum. Magic is intention guided by knowledge and focused through discipline, she explained during their first lesson. With your unbound magical core, you have exceptional raw power at your disposal, but without proper control, that power is as likely to harm as help. Under her guidance, Harry learned the basic principles underlying all spell work, the relationship between intent, incantation, and wand movement, the distinctions between transfiguration, charms, and other magical disciplines, and most importantly, techniques for containing and directing his magic precisely. By their third session, Harry could consistently light and extinguish candles from across the room, transform simple objects like matchsticks into needles and back again, and perform basic levitation charms without sending objects crashing into the ceiling, which had happened repeatedly during his first attempts. "Your progress is remarkable," Professor Winterbloom commented, watching Harry successfully transform a teacup into a tortoise. "Most first-year students at Hogwarts take weeks to achieve similar results. Your natural affinity for magic, freed from those suppression charms, is quite evident." His metamorphic control tutor, a young witch named Nymphadora Tonks who insisted Harry call her just Tonks, was equally impressed with his progress. "Took me years to get this level of control," she admitted after Harry successfully changed his hair color from black to brown and back without accidentally altering other features. "Course, I didn't have anyone teaching me properly until I got to Hogwarts. Natural metamorphs are rare, I'm the only one in Britain who graduated in the last decade." Tonks, with her vibrant personality and ever-changing hair color, quickly became Harry's favorite tutor. Unlike the others, who maintained professional distance, she treated him like a younger sibling, teasing him when he made mistakes and celebrating enthusiastically when he succeeded. "You know, we're actually related," she told him during one session. "My mum, Andromeda, was born a black, she's your grandmother Doria's great-niece, which makes us second cousins once removed, I think. The Black family tree is complicated." This casual revelation, that he had living wizarding relatives beyond Sirius, hit Harry hard. "Do you think, would your mum want to meet me someday?" "Are you kidding? She's been pestering me for details after every lesson," Tonks laughed. "She was furious when she heard how you'd been raised by those muggles. Wanted to go hex them herself, but Dad talked her down. She'd love to meet you once things settle down a bit." The idea of extended family who actually wanted him was still novel enough to bring a lump to Harry's throat. His other tutors were more formal but equally effective. Master Sharpwit, a goblin potions expert, drilled Harry ruthlessly in ingredient preparation techniques and brewing theory before allowing him anywhere near a cauldron. Auror Proudfoot, a taciturn man assigned by Director Bones, taught basic defensive spells and dueling footwork, emphasizing practical protection over flashy wand work. "Most young wizards want to learn the spectacular hexes first," he growled during their initial session. "Nonsense. A properly cast shield charm and good situational awareness will keep you alive longer than any attack." Between lessons, Harry spent hours in the townhouse library, absorbing information about the wizarding world he'd been denied for so long. He read histories of the war against Voldemort, studied his family genealogy, and pored over books on magical theory that Professor Winterbloom recommended. In the evenings, Grimclaw often visited to report on developments regarding both Sirius's case and the ongoing investigation into Dumbledore's actions as Harry's magical guardian. "Director Bones has confirmed no trial record exists," he reported 1 week after Harry's move to the townhouse. "She's presented the evidence from your parents' will to the minister, who is reluctant to proceed, given the political implications. Meaning he doesn't want to admit the ministry imprisoned someone for 7 years without a trial, Harry translated bitterly. Grimclaw's sharp teeth showed in what Harry now recognized as a smile of approval. Precisely. However, Director Bones has threatened to take the matter directly to the Wisengamot if the minister continues to obstruct. She expects authorization for a preliminary hearing within the next few days. Will Sirius be released then? Not immediately, no. The process requires several steps: verification of the will's contents under magical oath, interrogation using Veritaserum, medical evaluation to assess fitness after prolonged Dementor exposure. The Goblin noted Harry's crestfallen expression. However, once the process begins, it typically proceeds quickly. Director Bones is not known for tolerating bureaucratic delays. True to Grimclaw's prediction, the preliminary hearing was scheduled for the following week. Harry, deemed too young to attend despite his status as an interested party, received updates through Director Bones herself, who visited the townhouse the evening after the Wisengamot session. The evidence was compelling enough that even Minister Fudge couldn't ignore it, she reported, accepting a cup of tea from Libby with a nod of thanks. The will's authenticity was confirmed by 3 independent magical examiners, and under questioning, both Barty Crouch Sr. and Albus Dumbledore were forced to admit that no trial occurred in the chaos following the war's end. Harry leaned forward eagerly. So what happens now? When will they release him? A full hearing has been scheduled for next Monday. Mr. Black will be transported from Azkaban under heavy guard and questioned under Veritaserum. If, as the evidence suggests, he is innocent of betraying your parents and no evidence links him directly to the deaths of the Muggles and Peter Pettigrew, he will be released into St. Mungo's care for rehabilitation. Can I see him? After the hearing? Director Bones's stern expression softened slightly. That would be up to the healers, Mr. Potter. 7 years in Azkaban takes a severe toll, both mentally and physically. Your godfather may need significant recovery time before he's ready for visitors. Harry nodded, trying to hide his disappointment. But he'll know I'm waiting. That I want to see him. Yes. I delivered your letter personally yesterday, along with formal notice of the hearing. The guards reported he became quite emotional upon reading it. She hesitated, then added more gently, it may have been the first real hope he's had in years. The thought of Sirius alone in a cell, surrounded by the soul-sucking Dementors Harry had read about, clutching a letter from a godson he probably thought had forgotten him, brought tears to Harry's eyes that he quickly blinked away. Thank you for helping him, he said quietly. It means a lot that someone's finally listening. Justice delayed is justice denied, Mr. Potter, Director Bones replied firmly. The failures in Mr. Black's case reflect poorly on our entire legal system. Correcting this error is my duty, not a favor. Despite her formal words, Harry detected genuine concern beneath the director's professional demeanor. It reinforced what he was gradually learning, that the wizarding world, like the Muggle one, contained both good and bad people, those who abused their power and those who wielded it responsibly. 2 days before Sirius's hearing, Harry's relatively stable new routine was disrupted by an unexpected visitor. He was practicing metamorphic transformations in his bedroom, concentrating on subtle changes to his facial structure under Tonks's guidance, when Libby appeared with an announcement. Headmaster Dumbledore is requesting to see Master Harry, the house elf reported, her expression suggesting she personally disapproved of this development. He is waiting in the reception room with Master Grimclaw. Harry's concentration broke immediately, his face snapping back to its natural form with a slightly painful twinge. Dumbledore? Here. Why? Grimclaw is saying it concerns the Horcrux ritual, Libby replied. Headmaster is having information that may be important. Tonks looked concerned. Want me to come with you, Harry? I'm technically an Auror trainee, so I could stay as official ministry presence. Grateful for the offer, Harry nodded. Yes, please. I'd feel better not facing him alone. They found Dumbledore seated in one of the reception room's comfortable armchairs, looking significantly less imposing than he had during their previous encounters. His robes, though still colorful, were more subdued, and the customary twinkle in his eyes had dimmed to a serious gaze that assessed Harry carefully as he entered. "Harry," he greeted with a slight nod. "Thank you for agreeing to see me. And Nymphadora, what a pleasant surprise. I understand you've been assisting with Harry's metamorphic training." "Just Tonks, Professor," she corrected automatically. "And yes, Harry's doing brilliantly. Natural talent." Grimclaw, standing near the fireplace, cut through the pleasantries. "The headmaster has information regarding Voldemort's Horcruxes that may be relevant to our upcoming ritual. I suggested he share it directly." Harry took a seat across from Dumbledore, feeling the weight of the Griffin pendant against his chest, a reminder to be cautious about potential legilimency attempts. "What kind of information?" Dumbledore sighed heavily. "Information I should have shared much earlier, I now realize. My tendency towards secrecy has not served either of us well." He reached into his robes and withdrew a small, leather-bound journal. "I've been researching Horcruxes for years, ever since I first suspected what Tom Riddle had done. This journal contains my findings, including several critical discoveries made just recently that may help with your upcoming ritual." He placed the journal on the coffee table between them, not attempting to hand it directly to Harry, a small gesture of respect for boundaries that Harry noted with surprise. "The most significant discovery," Dumbledore continued, "is that the Horcrux in your scar is not the only one Voldemort created. There are others, at least 5, possibly 6 in total." This revelation sent a chill down Harry's spine. 6 pieces of his soul. Deliberately. 5 deliberately, I believe. The one in your scar was almost certainly accidental, a consequence of his soul being so unstable after multiple previous splits that it fragmented further when the killing curse rebounded. Dumbledore's expression was grave. "This has implications for the ritual the goblins are preparing. If they remove only the fragment without addressing its connection to the others, there could be complications." Grimclaw's eyes narrowed. "What sort of complications?" "The Horcruxes are linked through Voldemort's fractured soul magic. Tampering with one without proper precautions could alert the others, and through them, the main soul piece that currently exists in a weakened, wraith-like form somewhere in Eastern Europe, according to my sources." Harry felt sick at the thought. "You mean it could wake him up? Bring him back faster? Or draw him directly to you?" Dumbledore confirmed somberly. "The connection works both ways. It's how he was able to find your parents despite the Fidelius charm once Pettigrew gave him your location. He sensed your magical signature through the prophecy link." "Prophecy link?" Tonks repeated sharply. "What prophecy?" Dumbledore hesitated, glancing at Grimclaw, who nodded curtly. "The terms of our agreement, Headmaster. Full disclosure to Mr. Potter regarding matters affecting his safety and future." With a resigned nod, Dumbledore recited from memory, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with implication. Harry felt suddenly cold despite the warm room. "This prophecy," he said slowly, "is why Voldemort came after my family. Why he tried to kill me as a baby." "Yes," Dumbledore admitted. Though he only heard the first part, about a child born at the end of July to parents who had defied him 3 times. There were actually 2 children who fit that description, you and Neville Longbottom." "Neville?" Tonks looked shocked. "But then why, Voldemort chose Harry," Dumbledore said simply. "Perhaps because, like himself, Harry was a half-blood. In doing so, he marked him as his equal, the scar, and set the prophecy in motion." Harry touched his faded scar unconsciously. "And the part about, neither can live while the other survives, that's why you thought I might have to die. To destroy the Horcrux." Pain flashed across Dumbledore's face. "I feared it might be the only way, yes. I've spent years searching for alternatives, for any method that would destroy the soul fragment without harming you. It is my greatest regret that I did not consult more broadly, including with experts like the Goblin Cursebreakers, who clearly have knowledge beyond typical wizarding understanding. The admission, perhaps the most honest Dumbledore had ever been with him, left Harry momentarily speechless. Grimclaw broke the silence. This information about multiple Horcruxes is indeed relevant to our preparations. The ritual will need additional containment layers to prevent any connection to the other fragments. He fixed Dumbledore with a penetrating stare. Do you know what objects house these other Horcruxes? I have confirmed 2 and have strong suspicions about 3 others, Dumbledore replied. A diary in Lucius Malfoy's possession, a ring hidden in the Gaunt family home, likely Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, and an object associated with Ravenclaw. I've been systematically tracking them, though progress has been slow given the need for secrecy. And once they're all destroyed? Harry asked. What happens then? Then Voldemort becomes mortal once more, Dumbledore said simply. Vulnerable to permanent defeat. The implication settled over the room like a heavy cloak. Even with the Horcrux removed from his scar, Harry's connection to Voldemort through the prophecy would remain. The path ahead suddenly seemed longer and more dangerous than he'd imagined. I understand if you cannot forgive my methods, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly after a moment. But please believe that I have always wanted you to survive this. My greatest fear has been that the prophecy left no path to Voldemort's defeat except through your sacrifice. Harry studied the old wizard thoughtfully. There was genuine remorse in Dumbledore's expression, and the information he'd shared, both the journal and the revelations about multiple Horcruxes, suggested a real desire to help now, whatever his past mistakes. I don't know if I can forgive you yet, Harry said honestly. But I believe you want to help now. Thank you for the information about the Horcruxes, it sounds important for the ritual. Relief flickered across Dumbledore's face. Thank you, Harry. That is more than I deserve. There is one other matter I wish to discuss, if I may, regarding Sirius Black's upcoming hearing. Harry tensed slightly. What about it? I will be testifying on his behalf, Dumbledore said, surprising everyone in the room. I have provided Director Bones with pensive memories confirming that Peter Pettigrew was indeed the Potter's secret keeper, changed from the original plan at the last moment. I was aware of the switch, though not of Pettigrew's betrayal. You knew? Tonks blurted incredulously. All this time, you knew Sirius wasn't the secret keeper, and you let him rot in Azkaban? Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, accepting the accusation. I knew about the switch, yes. What I didn't know, what I failed to verify in the chaos following Voldemort's defeat, was whether Sirius had in turn betrayed that information to Voldemort, or whether he had indeed killed those Muggles and Pettigrew in his grief and rage after your parents' deaths, Harry. So you just assumed his guilt? Harry asked, anger bubbling beneath his calm exterior. I made a grievous error in judgment, Dumbledore admitted. I allowed circumstantial evidence and my own shock at what seemed like Sirius's betrayal to cloud my responsibility to ensure justice. It is my most profound regret, after my failures regarding your own upbringing. The room fell silent again. Harry struggled with conflicting emotions, anger at Dumbledore's part in Sirius's imprisonment, appreciation for his current honesty, and anxiety about what all these revelations meant for his future. The hearing is Monday, he finally asked, looking at Grimclaw. The Goblin nodded. Yes. Director Bones is personally overseeing security arrangements. And the Horcrux ritual? Scheduled for Friday next week, during the waning quarter moon as planned. We will incorporate the headmaster's information into our preparations. Harry nodded, making a decision. I want to attend Sirius's hearing. I know Director Bones said I was too young, but he's my godfather. He should see that I'm there for him. Grimclaw and Dumbledore exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. I believe that could be arranged, Dumbledore said carefully. With proper security measures, of course. I'll speak with Director Bones, Grimclaw agreed. Given the exceptional circumstances, an exception may be warranted. As the meeting concluded and Dumbledore prepared to leave, he paused to address Harry one last time. You have shown remarkable resilience and wisdom, Harry. Far more than I gave you credit for. Whatever happens in the future, know that I am truly proud of the young wizard you are becoming, not as a weapon against Voldemort, but as James and Lily's son, finding your own path despite the burdens placed upon you. The words, unexpectedly heartfelt, caught Harry off guard. He managed a nod in response, not quite ready to offer more but acknowledging the sentiment behind them. After Dumbledore departed, Tonks let out a long whistle. Well, that was intense. You okay, Harry? I think so, he replied honestly. It's a lot to take in, but, at least now I know. About the prophecy, about why Voldemort targeted my family. And about Sirius. Knowledge is power, Grimclaw observed. Even painful knowledge. You now understand the challenges ahead more clearly, which allows for better preparation. Harry nodded, his resolve strengthening. With the Horcrux ritual approaching and Sirius's hearing just days away, he faced both tremendous opportunities and significant dangers. But unlike before, he faced them with eyes open, supported by people who respected his right to know the truth. It wasn't perfect, but it was a far cry from a cupboard under the stairs. And for now, that was enough. The morning of Sirius Black's hearing dawned clear and unusually warm for London. Harry, who had barely slept, was up before sunrise, anxiously trying different combinations of clothes before settling on formal robes that Grimclaw had ordered for him, deep green with subtle silver embroidery around the cuffs and collar, the Potter crest displayed modestly on the breast pocket. Too much? He asked Libby nervously, turning before the mirror. Master Harry is looking very proper, the house elf assured him. A young wizard of good family, just as should be for important Wizengamot business. Harry nodded, adjusting the griffin pendant beneath his robes and ensuring his wand holster was properly secured on his forearm. The security arrangements for his attendance at the hearing were extensive, Auror escorts, emergency port keys, and a specially warded section of the public gallery where he would sit with Grimclaw and Professor McGonagall, who had requested to accompany him as a representative of Hogwarts. Director Bones is sending Auror Proudfoot to escort us in 10 minutes, Libby reported after checking a magical communication device on the wall. Is Master Harry ready? As ready as I'll ever be, Harry replied, trying to calm his churning stomach. He had no idea what condition Sirius would be in after 7 years in Azkaban, what his godfather would think of him, or how the Wizengamot would ultimately rule despite the compelling evidence. The journey to the Ministry of Magic was Harry's first experience with the Fleur network, a disorienting whirl of green flames and spinning fireplaces that left him stumbling into the Ministry's grand atrium. Proudfoot steadied him with a firm hand, then immediately moved to flank him alongside another Auror Harry didn't recognize. Keep your head down, Proudfoot murmured as they moved swiftly through the crowded atrium. Director Bones wanted to avoid publicity about your attendance until after the hearing concludes. Despite this precaution, Harry noticed several witches and wizards doing double takes as he passed, whispering behind their hands. His subtly altered appearance from the removed metamorphic bindings helped somewhat, but the resemblance to James Potter was still strong enough to trigger recognition among those who had known his father. They were met at the elevators by Professor McGonagall, whose usually severe expression softened momentarily at the sight of Harry. Mr. Potter. Thank you for allowing me to accompany you today. Thank you for coming, Professor, Harry replied sincerely. I'm glad to have someone here who knew both my parents and Sirius. They descended to level 10, where the Wizengamot chambers were located. The corridors here were quieter, lined with dark wood paneling and illuminated by floating orbs of light. Outside the main chamber doors, Grimclaw waited, impeccably dressed in what Harry now recognized as formal goblin attire, a charcoal suit of unusual cut with silver runes embroidered along the edges. The chamber is nearly full, the goblin reported. Public interest in this case is significant. Director Bones has arranged for us to enter through a side door directly to the reserved seating. As they followed Grimclaw through a narrow corridor that bypassed the main entrance, Harry's nervousness intensified. In just minutes, he would see his godfather for the first time in his conscious memory, the man his parents had chosen to care for him, who had suffered years of unjust imprisonment while Harry endured the Dursleys' neglect. The Wisingamot chamber was imposing, a large circular room with tiered seating rising around a central floor where a single chair stood, heavy chains draped over its arms. Members of the Wisingamot in plum-colored robes occupied the highest tiers, while the public gallery below them was indeed packed with witches and wizards of all descriptions, many craning their necks to see better. Grimclaw led them to a small, separated section of seating protected by a faintly shimmering magical barrier. As they took their seats, Harry noticed Dumbledore in his position as Chief Warlock, presiding from a central elevated chair. The headmaster's expression was solemn as he surveyed the assembled crowd. "The prisoner will be brought in shortly," McGonagall explained quietly to Harry. "Try to prepare yourself, Mr. Potter. Azkaban takes a terrible toll. Sirius may not resemble the man you've seen in photographs." Harry nodded, his throat too tight to speak. He gripped the edges of his seat as a door at floor level opened and two Aurors entered, escorting a gaunt figure between them. Despite McGonagall's warning, the sight of Sirius Black shocked Harry to his core. The handsome, laughing young man from the photographs in his parents' album was barely recognizable in the emaciated prisoner who shuffled into the chamber. Sirius's once glossy black hair hung in matted tangles around his hollow-cheeked face. His prison robes hung from his skeletal frame, and his eyes, the only feature still recognizably his, held a haunted, almost feverish intensity as they darted around the chamber. Those eyes suddenly found Harry in the gallery, and Sirius froze mid-step, causing the Aurors to tug impatiently at his chains. The naked hope and longing that transformed his godfather's wasted face brought tears to Harry's eyes. He managed a small wave, trying to convey without words that he was there, that he believed in Sirius's innocence. "Bring the prisoner forward," Dumbledore commanded, his voice magically amplified to carry throughout the chamber. Sirius was led to the chair in the center of the floor. As he sat, the chains slithered up to secure his arms, though Harry noticed they didn't bind as tightly as they might have, a small mercy arranged by Director Bones, perhaps. Disciplinary hearing of the 27th of July, Dumbledore began formally, into the case of Sirius Orion Black, convicted without trial in November 1981 for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter to Lord Voldemort, resulting in their deaths, and for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggle bystanders. A ripple passed through the chamber at Dumbledore's use of Voldemort's name. Interrogators, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot, Amelia Susan Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. Fudge, a portly man in an overly elaborate robe, looked distinctly uncomfortable as he was named. "The Wisingamot has convened this extraordinary session following the discovery of significant new evidence suggesting a miscarriage of justice," Dumbledore continued. "Director Bones, please present the preliminary findings that led to this hearing." Amelia Bones rose from her seat, her monocle glinting in the chamber's light. "Members of the Wisingamot, this case represents one of the most serious failures of magical justice in recent history. Evidence recently brought to light confirms that Sirius Black was never given a trial following his arrest. No Veritaserum testimony was taken, no witnesses were formally interviewed, and no defensive counsel was permitted. Murmurs of shock and dismay spread through the public gallery. Most significantly, Bones continued, her voice cutting through the whispers, "The sealed will of James and Lily Potter explicitly states that Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black, was their secret keeper at the time of their deaths, a fact that was never considered during Mr. Black's hasty incarceration." She gestured to a clerk, who approached with a sealed document. "This will has been verified as authentic by 3 independent magical examiners. I move that it be entered into evidence and its contents regarding the secret keeper be read into the official record." After the relevant passage was read aloud, confirming in James and Lily's own words that Pettigrew had been their secret keeper, Bones called for the administration of Veritaserum to the prisoner. Harry watched anxiously as a healer approached Sirius with a small vial of clear liquid. His godfather opened his mouth willingly, his eyes still periodically finding Harry in the gallery as if reassuring himself that his godson was really there. The questioning that followed was direct and devastating in its simplicity. State your full name for the record. Sirius Orion Black. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter on the night they were killed by Lord Voldemort? No. We switched to Peter Pettigrew at the last minute. I thought I was too obvious a choice. Did you betray James and Lily Potter's location to Lord Voldemort or any of his followers? Never. I would have died first. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles on November 1, 1981? No. Pettigrew shouted that I had betrayed James and Lily, then cut off his own finger, cast a blasting curse that killed the Muggles, and transformed into his rat animagus form to escape through the sewers. Pettigrew was an animagus? This question came from Bones herself, surprise evident in her voice. Yes. Unregistered. He, James, and I all became animagi during school to accompany Remus Lupin during his werewolf transformations. I become a large black dog, James became a stag, and Pettigrew became a rat. Fitting, as it turned out. The revelations continued, painting a complete picture of the events surrounding the Potters' deaths that contradicted everything the wizarding world had believed for 7 years. When the Veritaserum questioning concluded, even Minister Fudge looked shaken. In light of this testimony, Director Bones stated formally, and the supporting evidence from the Potter will, I move that all charges against Sirius Black be immediately dismissed, that he be granted full exoneration and appropriate compensation for wrongful imprisonment, and that an immediate investigation be launched to locate Peter Pettigrew, who should be considered armed, dangerous, and a fugitive from justice. The vote that followed was nearly unanimous, with only a few abstentions and no votes against. As Dumbledore announced the Wisengamot's decision, cleared of all charges, with the Ministry's deepest apologies, the chains binding Sirius retracted. He stood shakily, looking stunned by the sudden reversal of his fortunes. Mr. Black will be transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for evaluation and treatment, Director Bones announced. Given the unprecedented nature of his wrongful incarceration, the Ministry will cover all expenses related to his recovery. Harry, unable to contain himself any longer, turned to Grimclaw. Can I see him? Before they take him to St. Mungo's? Just for a moment. The Goblin exchanged glances with McGonagall, who nodded slightly. Wait until the formal proceedings conclude, Grimclaw advised. Director Bones has arranged a private room where a brief meeting can occur before Mr. Black's transfer to the hospital. The remaining formalities seemed to take an eternity, but finally, the Wisengamot members began filing out of the chamber. Proudfoot appeared at Harry's side to escort him through a different door than they had entered, leading to a small antechamber furnished with simple chairs and a table. Wait here, the Auror instructed. Director Bones is bringing Mr. Black now. Harry's heart pounded as he stood in the center of the room, unsure what to say to the Godfather he couldn't remember but felt so desperately connected to. When the door finally opened and Sirius shuffled in, supported by a healer and followed by Director Bones, words failed him completely. For a long moment, Godfather and Godson simply stared at each other. Then Sirius spoke, his voice raspy from disuse. Harry, he said, the single word filled with 7 years of longing. You look so much like James. But your eyes. My mother's eyes, Harry finished, the familiar observation somehow comforting in its predictability. I remember you, Sirius. Not from before, they blocked those memories, but I got them back. You used to turn into a dog and give me rides around the living room. A sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob escaped Sirius. With a questioning glance at the healer, who nodded permission, he took a hesitant step toward Harry. Would it be alright if I hugged you? I've dreamed of this moment for so long, but I understand if you're not comfortable. Harry answered by closing the distance between them and wrapping his arms around his godfather's thin frame. Sirius embraced him with surprising strength, his body shaking with silent sobs. I'm so sorry, Sirius whispered. I should have been there for you. I should have taken you that night instead of going after Peter. It's my fault. No, Harry said firmly, pulling back slightly to look up at his godfather's tear-streaked face. It's not your fault. It's Pettigrew's for betraying my parents, and the Ministry's for not giving you a trial, and Dumbledore's for not checking. He managed a small smile. But you're free now. And I'm free too, free from the Dursleys, free from the blocks on my magic. We can start over. Sirius stared at him in wonder. Blocks on your magic? What blocks? And what do you mean, free from the Dursleys? Harry, what's been happening? Director Bones cleared her throat gently. Perhaps these discussions should wait until Mr. Black has received proper medical care. The healers are concerned about his condition after prolonged Dementor exposure. The healer nodded confirmation. Mr. Black needs immediate treatment for malnutrition, magical depletion, and psychological trauma. I must insist we proceed to St. Mungo's without further delay. Sirius looked reluctant to leave Harry so soon after finding him, but nodded in understanding. You're right. I'm not well yet. I need to be better for Harry. He squeezed his godson's shoulders gently. Will you come visit me? Once the healers say it's all right. Every day they'll let me, Harry promised. And I'll write letters until then, telling you everything that's happened. I'd like that. Sirius smiled, a ghost of the charming grin that had once been his hallmark, but genuine nonetheless. I have 7 years to catch up on, after all. As the healer prepared to escort Sirius out, Harry remembered something important. Sirius, I'm having a procedure done next Friday, to remove the Horcrux in my scar. Voldemort's soul fragment. I don't know how long I'll need to recover afterward. Sirius paled visibly. Horcrux. In your scar. He looked from Harry to Director Bones in horror. How long have people known about this? That, said Bones grimly, is part of the ongoing investigation into Albus Dumbledore's actions as Harry's magical guardian. Rest assured, Mr. Black, full accountability will be required from all involved. With a final embrace and promises to write immediately, Harry watched his godfather being led away for treatment. Despite the brief nature of their reunion, he felt a new sense of hope blossoming. Sirius was free. The truth about his parents' betrayal was now public record. And soon, the Horcrux that had been leeching off his magic for years would be gone. For the first time since discovering his magical heritage, Harry allowed himself to truly believe in the possibility of a happy future. Chapter 3, Power reclaimed. The days leading up to the Horcrux removal ritual passed in a blur of preparations and anticipation. Harry divided his time between intensive magical training, correspondence with Sirius at St. Mungo's, and meetings with the Goblin ritual specialists who would perform the dangerous procedure. The ritual must be perfectly timed, Silverhand explained during one such meeting in the townhouse library. She unrolled an intricate star chart across the table, her long finger tracing the alignment of celestial bodies. The waning quarter moon provides optimal conditions for separation magic, but we have only a 3-hour window when all elements align. Harry studied the complex diagram, understanding perhaps one symbol in 10 despite his recent magical education. And you're certain it won't kill me? Dumbledore seemed convinced removing the Horcrux would be fatal. Wizards, Ironheart scoffed from his position by the fireplace. Always so certain of their limited knowledge. The headmaster's expertise lies in transfiguration and alchemy, not soul magic. Goblins have been handling soul binding since before Hogwarts was built. Silverhand's expression remained professionally neutral, though Harry detected a hint of the same cultural pride in her voice. The procedure carries risks, certainly. But our approach differs fundamentally from wizarding methods. We will not destroy the soul fragment while it remains attached to you, that would indeed cause catastrophic damage to your own soul. Instead, we will extract it intact, then contain and destroy it separately. Like removing a parasite, Harry suggested, finding the analogy both disturbing and oddly reassuring. Precisely, Silverhand nodded approvingly. A particularly tenacious magical parasite that has integrated with your core over many years, but a parasite nonetheless. Not a true part of you. The distinction meant everything to Harry. The thought that he had been carrying a piece of his parents' murderer within him for nearly 7 years was revolting. Even more disturbing was Dumbledore's apparent belief that Harry's death might be necessary to destroy it, a conclusion that seemed increasingly negligent given the Goblin alternative. Has Director Bones provided the Ministry authorization we requested? Ironheart asked, changing the subject. Grimclaw, who had just entered with a sheaf of parchments, nodded. Full clearance for unrestricted magic during the ritual, signed by the Director herself and countersigned by 2 members of the Wizengamot. The Ministry detection systems will be selectively blinded to our location during the procedure. Excellent, Silverhand made a final notation on her chart. Then all preparations are complete. Mr. Potter will need to begin the purification regimen tomorrow morning, specialized potions at precise intervals, a restricted diet, and absolutely no casting of magic for 24 hours before the ritual. Harry grimaced at the last requirement. Since discovering his unbound magical abilities, he'd grown accustomed to practicing spells daily, finding comfort in the controlled release of power that had been suppressed for so long. It's necessary, Silverhand insisted, noting his expression. Your magical core must be completely stable and untaxed for the extraction. Even minor spellcasting creates ripples that could complicate the procedure. I understand, Harry sighed, then brightened slightly. At least I'll have Sirius's letters to keep me occupied. His godfather's correspondence had become the highlight of Harry's days. Though still confined to St. Mungo's secure ward for treatment of prolonged Dementor exposure, Sirius wrote daily, sometimes multiple times per day as memories and questions occurred to him. The letters revealed a man struggling to reconcile his guilt over the past with his joy at reconnection and his fierce determination to fulfill his role as godfather. Harry, one recent letter had begun, the mind healers say writing about memories helps re-establish them after Dementor damage, so forgive me if I ramble. Today I remembered teaching you to say, Padfoot, when you were barely 10 months old. Lily was furious because it came before Mama, though after Dada, which James was insufferably proud about. You couldn't quite manage the pronunciation, so it came out Pafu, which stuck as your name for me. The healers are cautiously optimistic about my recovery. Apparently having a purpose, reconnecting with you, has accelerated the healing process. They're still baffled by how I maintained as much sanity as I did. I haven't told them about transforming into Padfoot during the worst periods. Dog emotions are simpler, less affected by Dementors. I've had several meetings with Director Bones regarding my legal status and, more importantly, the possibility of taking custody of you once I'm released. The process looks promising, though there are hurdles given my medical condition and the unusual circumstances. Dumbledore has apparently raised no objections, which the Director finds suspicious given his previous machinations. Speaking of which, I still can't believe what you've told me about the magical bindings, the memory blocks, and especially the Horcrux. James and Lily would never have agreed to such interference with your magic or memories. Never. When I think about what Dumbledore did, what he allowed to happen with those muggles, I understand why the mind healers won't let me have my wand back yet. I'm trying to focus on the future, not the past. The Goblin's ritual sounds promising, if terrifying. I wish I could be there with you, but the healers are adamant I'm not stable enough yet for that kind of magical exposure. Know that I'll be thinking of you every second, godson. You've shown more courage at 8 than most wizards do in a lifetime. Rest well before the ritual. I'll see you on the other side, Horcrux free and ready to start the life you should have had all along. All my love, Sirius, Padfoot/Pafu. Harry kept this letter, along with the others, in a special box beside his bed, rereading them whenever anxiety about the upcoming ritual threatened to overwhelm him. The morning of the ritual dawned cool and misty, with heavy clouds obscuring the waning quarter moon that would play such a crucial role in the evening's procedure. Harry awoke early, his stomach churning with a mixture of anticipation and dread. The purification potions of the previous day had left him feeling strangely hollow, as though parts of his body had become transparent. The magical fasting, refraining completely from spellcasting, made his power feel bottled up and pressurized, occasionally causing small objects near him to vibrate without being touched. Libby appeared with his final pre-ritual meal, a simple broth with herbs selected by Silverhand for their magical cleansing properties. "Is Master Harry nervous?" the house elf asked as she set the tray across his lap. Terrified, Harry admitted, finding it easier to be honest with Libby than with the goblins or tutors who looked to him for composed cooperation. "What if something goes wrong? What if removing the Horcrux changes me somehow?" Libby's large eyes regarded him solemnly. "Libby is thinking that Master Harry has been changing ever since the Inheritance Specialist first came to Privet Drive. Good changes. Becoming more of himself, not less." She adjusted his napkin with fussy precision. "The dark soul piece never belonged. Its leaving can only make Master Harry more truly Master Harry." The simple wisdom in her words calmed something in Harry's chest. "Thanks, Libby. I hadn't thought of it that way." After finishing his broth, Harry dressed in the special garments provided for the ritual, loose trousers and a tunic of undyed cotton, with no metal fasteners or decorative elements that might interfere with the magical currents. He was not to wear his glasses during the procedure. A temporary vision correction charm would be applied just before they began. At precisely noon, Grimclaw arrived to escort him to Gringotts. "The ritual chamber is prepared," the goblin informed him. "Silverhand and her team have been working since dawn to establish the preliminary containment fields. They traveled via a special portkey directly to a secure area deep beneath the bank, far deeper than Harry had ventured during previous visits. The air here felt different, denser, more charged with ambient magic that raised the fine hairs on Harry's arms. "These caverns predate the bank itself," Grimclaw explained as they walked along a torchlit corridor carved directly from the bedrock. "When goblins first settled in this region, we discovered natural formations with unique magical properties. The ritual chambers were built to harness these properties for our most sensitive magical work. They passed through a series of security checkpoints, each guarded by goblins in ceremonial armor bearing long, crystal-tipped spears that hummed with contained power. Finally, they reached an antechamber where Silverhand waited alongside two goblin assistants Harry hadn't met before. "Mr. Potter," Silverhand greeted him formally. "These are Deepclaw and Runfinger, ritual specialists who will assist in today's procedure." The two goblins, distinguished by elaborate runic tattoos visible on their exposed forearms, bowed slightly. "Before we proceed," Silverhand continued, "I must confirm, you enter this ritual of your own free will, understanding the risks involved." "I do," Harry replied, his voice steadier than he expected. "And you consent to the complete extraction of the foreign soul fragment, accepting that the process may cause temporary discomfort or magical instability?" "I consent." Silverhand nodded approvingly. "Then we will begin the final preparations. Please drink this." She handed him a crystal vial containing a silvery potion that seemed to move with a life of its own inside the glass. Harry unstoppered the vial and drank without hesitation. The potion tasted of lightning and moonlight, impossible sensations that somehow made perfect sense as the liquid slid down his throat. Immediately, his perception shifted. Colors became more vivid, sounds clearer, and most strikingly, the magical auras around each person in the room became visible as faint, colored halos. "Whoa," he breathed, looking at his own hands, which now seemed surrounded by a golden glow shot through with emerald streaks. "The Revealer's draft enhances magical perception temporarily," Silverhand explained. "It will help you actively participate in the ritual by visualizing the separation between your magic and the parasites." She gestured to Deepclaw, who approached with a small stone bowl containing a clear salve. "This is for your scar," Silverhand continued. "It will sensitize the connection point, making extraction cleaner and more precise." The salve burned coldly as Deepclaw applied it to Harry's forehead with a silver implement resembling a painter's brush. The sensation rapidly spread from the lightning bolt scar throughout Harry's skull, creating a peculiar awareness of something alien nestled deep within his magical core, something dark and jagged that didn't belong. For perhaps the first time, Harry could actually feel the Horcrux as a separate entity from himself, a malevolent presence that had been with him so long he'd never recognized it as foreign until now. The sensation was both disturbing and liberating. "I can feel it," he whispered. "It feels angry. Trapped." Silverhand nodded, unsurprised. "The containment measures we've applied over the past weeks have increasingly isolated it from your core. It senses its vulnerability now that it can no longer feed freely on your magic." After applying a vision correction charm that made Harry's surroundings crystalline in their clarity, the goblins led him into the ritual chamber itself. Harry gasped at the sight. The chamber was perfectly circular, its domed ceiling at least 30 feet high and covered in luminescent crystals that cast an ethereal blue-white light throughout the space. The floor featured an intricate pattern of inlaid metals, gold, silver, copper, and something dark that might have been iron, forming concentric rings around a central platform of polished obsidian. Surrounding this platform stood 7 crystalline pillars, each glowing with a different color of magical energy. Between the pillars, runes had been inscribed directly into the stone floor, forming a complex web of magical intent that Harry could now partially perceive thanks to the Revealer's draft. "The central platform is where you will lie during the extraction," Silverhand explained, guiding him forward. "The crystals establish a 7-fold containment field that will prevent the soul fragment from escaping or calling out to its other portions." Harry remembered Dumbledore's warning about multiple Horcruxes and the risk of alerting Voldemort's wraith form. "So it won't be able to communicate with Voldemort or the other Horcruxes?" "Precisely," Runefinger spoke for the first time, his voice surprisingly melodic for a goblin. "The containment field creates a temporary pocket dimension, a magical space beyond normal space, where the extraction can occur in isolation from external influences." As Harry stepped onto the obsidian platform and lay back as directed, Silverhand placed small, rune-carved stones at key points around his body, one at each hand, each foot, one at the crown of his head, and finally, one directly over his heart. "These anchor your magical core during the procedure," she explained. "They will prevent your magic from following the soul fragment when we pull it out, essentially providing a counterweight." The final preparations continued for several minutes as the Goblin team checked and rechecked every element of the ritual setup. Additional practitioners arrived, 3 more goblins wearing ceremonial robes embroidered with silver runes, and to Harry's surprise, a tall, severe-looking wizard with close-cropped gray hair. "This is Unspeakable Croaker," Grimclaw introduced from where he stood observing at the edge of the outer ring. "The Department of Mysteries has provided certain specialized containment artifacts for the final phase of the ritual, with Director Bones's authorization." The wizard nodded curtly to Harry but maintained a professional distance, clearly present in an official rather than personal capacity. As the appointed hour approached, the activity in the chamber intensified. The goblin ritualists took positions around the concentric rings, each standing at precise points that corresponded to the runic patterns on the floor. Silverhand remained closest to Harry, standing at the head of the obsidian platform with a ceremonial dagger made of a strange, translucent metal in one hand and a crystal sphere in the other. "We begin in 3 minutes, she announced. "Mr. Potter, when the extraction commences, you will feel significant pressure centered on your scar. The foreign magic will resist separation. You must focus on visualizing your own magic, the golden energy you can now see, as separate from the darker energy of the soul fragment. Imagine your magic retreating from your scar, pulling back to concentrate in your chest and core." Harry nodded, his mouth too dry for words. The enormity of what they were attempting suddenly felt overwhelming. "I will count backward from 7, Silverhand continued. "At 1, the extraction will begin. The process should take approximately 12 minutes from start to completion." The waiting was perhaps the hardest part. Harry lay still on the cold obsidian, trying to control his breathing as the goblins made final adjustments to their positions. The Unspeakable had produced a strange device resembling a silver lantern, which he placed on a special stand just outside the innermost ring. Finally, Silverhand raised her hands. "The time is upon us. May magic honor our intentions and guide our work." The other goblins responded with a phrase in their native tongue, the harsh syllables somehow melodic in the chamber's perfect acoustics. 7. Silverhand intoned. The crystalline pillars flared brighter, their different colored energies beginning to spiral upward toward the domed ceiling. 6. The runes on the floor illuminated one by one, creating chains of light that connected the concentric rings. 5. The anchor stones placed around Harry's body began to vibrate slightly, emitting a low hum that he felt more than heard. 4. The obsidian platform beneath him grew warmer, not uncomfortably so but noticeably, as though preparing to conduct energy. 3. Harry's scar began to prickle, then burn, the sensation intensifying with each passing second. He gritted his teeth against the pain. 2. The chamber's ambient magic condensed, becoming almost thick enough to touch. Harry felt it pressing against his skin like a heavy blanket. 1. Silverhand brought the crystal dagger down in a precise arc that didn't touch Harry physically but seemed to slice into the very fabric of magic above his scar. Pain exploded through his forehead, white-hot and all-consuming. Harry might have screamed, he wasn't sure. The world narrowed to the searing agony centered on his scar and the desperate struggle to follow Silverhand's instructions. With tremendous effort, he visualized his golden magic retreating from the point of pain, flowing back toward his heart and core like a tide pulling away from shore. Through the haze of pain, he became aware of something fighting to remain attached, a dark, oily presence that sent out tendrils like grasping fingers, trying to maintain its hold on his magic. The harder Harry pulled his energy away, the more viciously these tendrils tightened. Resist it, Silverhand's voice seemed to come from very far away. It feeds on fear and pain. Find your center, Mr. Potter. Remember who you are apart from the fragment. Harry struggled to focus, to find something to anchor him against the pain and the Horcrux's desperate clinging. His mind flashed to Sirius's letters, to the recovered memories of his parents, to the moment his magic had first broken free in Aunt Petunia's garden. These were his, not the Horcrux's, not Voldemort's, but purely Harry's experiences and connections. Clinging to these thoughts, he visualized more forcefully, imagining his magic as a golden ocean withdrawing completely from the darkened shore of his scar. The pain intensified unbearably, and Harry felt something tear, not physically, but magically, a ripping sensation that resonated through his entire being. Above him, Silverhand worked with precise, controlled movements, the crystal dagger tracing complex patterns in the air while the sphere in her other hand began to glow with a sickly green light. The other ritual participants chanted in perfect unison, their voices rising and falling in a complex rhythm that seemed to pull at the foreign presence in Harry's scar. Minutes stretched like hours as the battle continued, Harry's will and the goblin's ritual magic against the Horcrux's desperate determination to remain attached. Just when Harry thought he couldn't endure another second, something fundamental shifted. With a sensation like a vacuum suddenly breaking, the connection snapped. A howl filled the chamber, not from Harry's throat but from something else, something inhuman that had been torn free and now writhed in the air above him. Through watering eyes, Harry saw a writhing mass of darkness suspended between Silverhand's dagger and sphere, fighting against the pull of the ritual magic but unable to escape the containment field. The extraction is complete, Silverhand announced, her voice tense with concentration. Beginning containment phase. The unspeakable stepped forward, activating his silver lantern with a complex wand movement. The device opened like a blooming flower, revealing an inner chamber of swirling mist. Ready, he confirmed, his voice clinically detached. Working together, Silverhand and the two senior ritual assistants guided the struggling mass of darkness toward the lantern. The soul fragment fought violently, sending out shock waves of dark magic that made the containment pillars flicker momentarily. Stabilize the field. Silverhand commanded sharply. The remaining goblins intensified their chanting, and the pillars flared brighter in response. Slowly, inexorably, the Horcrux was forced into the unspeakable's device, its inhuman wailing rising to a pitch that made Harry's teeth vibrate before suddenly cutting off as the lantern snapped shut. Containment successful, the unspeakable confirmed, applying complex sealing charms to the device. The department will handle final disposal according to protocol. Harry barely registered these words. With the Horcrux removed, his body was processing the magical aftermath of the extraction. His scar burned fiercely, but differently now, a clean, healing pain rather than the corrupt ache he'd lived with for years. More significantly, his magic felt liberated. As though it had been viewing the world through a dirty window that had suddenly been wiped clean. "How do you feel, Mr. Potter?" Silverhand asked, approaching his side once the contained Horcrux had been removed from the immediate ritual area. "Different," Harry managed, his voice hoarse. "Lighter. Like I've been carrying a heavy backpack for so long I forgot it was there, and someone just took it off." The goblin healer nodded with satisfaction. "That's an encouraging sign. The soul fragment had integrated with your magical pathways over years, creating subtle distortions you wouldn't have consciously noticed. Those pathways will now begin re-establishing their natural patterns." As the ritual components were carefully dismantled, Harry remained on the obsidian platform, too exhausted to move. The anchor stones were removed one by one, each leaving a tingling sensation as though waking a limb that had fallen asleep. Finally, Grimclaw and Silverhand helped him sit up, supporting him when the movement caused a wave of dizziness. "The extraction was successful beyond our expectations," Silverhand informed him as she examined his scar with professional interest. "A clean separation with minimal damage to surrounding magical tissues. Your scar is already showing signs of accelerated healing." Harry raised a trembling hand to his forehead, finding the familiar lightning bolt noticeably smoother and less pronounced under his fingertips. "Will it disappear completely?" "Unlikely," Silverhand replied. "It was created by extremely powerful dark magic. However, it may continue to fade until it's barely noticeable, a thin silver line rather than the inflamed mark it has been." With careful support, Harry was helped from the platform and guided to a recovery chamber adjacent to the ritual space. Here, comfortable furnishings replaced the ceremonial severity, and Libby waited with warming blankets and restorative potions. "The worst is behind you," Grimclaw assured him as Harry settled onto a cushioned chaise. "Rest now. Your magic will be unsettled for the next 12 to 24 hours as it re-establishes equilibrium. Avoid intentional casting during this period." Harry nodded weakly, already feeling sleep pulling at him despite the lingering discomfort. "Tell Sirius," he murmured. "Tell him it worked." "A message has already been dispatched to St. Mungo's," Grimclaw confirmed. "Now rest. There will be time for full debriefings later." As Harry drifted into healing sleep, his last conscious thought was how different his magic felt, cleaner somehow, more distinctly his own than it had ever been. For the first time since learning about the prophecy, about Voldemort's connection to him, Harry felt truly and completely himself. Miles away, in an ancient castle in the Scottish Highlands, chaos erupted without warning. The Hogwarts wards, painstakingly recalibrated after Harry Potter's magical connection had been severed, suddenly fluctuated wildly. Throughout the empty summer corridors, suits of armor rattled on their pedestals. In the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling which normally reflected the sky outside began cycling rapidly through different weather patterns. The staircases, usually governed by predictable if whimsical movements, froze mid-rotation or changed directions erratically. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore was thrown from a peaceful sleep by the violent reaction of dozens of silver monitoring instruments. Delicate devices that measured the castle's magical stability were spinning, smoking, or in several cases, melting outright from magical overload. "What in Merlin's name?" the headmaster exclaimed, hastily donning a dressing gown and reaching for his wand. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses were awake and alarmed, their painted figures moving from frame to frame in confusion. "The wards, Albus," called Phineas Nigellus Black from his frame. "Something's happening to the core ward matrix." Dumbledore rushed to a particular bookshelf, tapping it with his wand to reveal a hidden alcove containing a large crystal sphere. The sphere, which normally glowed with a steady blue light representing Hogwarts ward stability, was now pulsing with chaotic, multicolored energy. Impossible, Dumbledore breathed, laying his hands directly on the sphere and closing his eyes to connect with the castle's magic. What he sensed shocked him to his core. The wards weren't collapsing, as he'd initially feared. They were reordering themselves, drawing power from the castle's original foundation stones in ways that hadn't been active for centuries. It was as if the castle itself had awakened and was reassessing its defenses, discarding certain recent additions, including most of Dumbledore's own contributions, while strengthening much older protective layers. A sharp crack announced the arrival of a house elf, its tennis ball eyes wide with alarm. "Headmaster, sir. The castle is being very upset. The kitchens is flooding with magic, and the room of requirement is appearing and disappearing on every floor. Alert the staff who are in residence," Dumbledore ordered, still monitoring the ward matrix through the crystal. "Tell them to remain in their quarters until further notice. This is a magical realignment, not an attack." As the elf vanished, Dumbledore's mind raced. There could be only one explanation for this level of magical disruption coinciding with this specific date. Harry Potter's Horcrux removal ritual must have succeeded, and with consequences far beyond what anyone had anticipated. "The boy's magic was more deeply integrated with the castle than I realized," he murmured to himself. "Not just through my ward connections, but something more fundamental." "What are you mumbling about, Dumbledore?" demanded Phineas Nigellus. "Some of us would appreciate an explanation for why the castle we're bound to is having a magical tantrum." Dumbledore ignored the portrait, his attention fixed on a sudden realization. The timing was significant, not just the date of Harry's ritual, but the hour. The waning quarter moon would have been at its zenith when the extraction occurred, creating a magical confluence with. Dumbledore's eyes widened as he made the connection. "The Founder's Blessing," he whispered. It was an obscure piece of Hogwarts lore, mentioned in only the oldest historical accounts. When the four founders created the school, they had supposedly embedded a special protection, a magical blessing that would activate in times of great need to protect the castle and its students. The blessing was tied to the founders' bloodlines, drawing power from their magical descendants. If Harry Potter, in addition to his known connection to Gryffindor through the Potter line, had other founder blood, perhaps Slytherin through the very connection to Voldemort that had just been severed, it might explain the castle's dramatic response. The removal of the Horcrux could have triggered a magical recognition event, with Hogwarts acknowledging Harry's purified magical signature as legitimate founder heritage. A second house elf appeared, looking equally distressed. "Headmaster. The Great Hall's ceiling is showing stars nobody has ever seen before. And the ghosts is saying the dungeons are rearranging themselves." Dumbledore sighed, setting aside his theoretical musings for the immediate crisis. "Inform Professor McGonagall that I need her assistance immediately. And locate Mr. Filch. We'll need to establish which areas of the castle may have become unsafe during this readjustment." As the elf vanished, Dumbledore cast one more troubled look at the ward matrix crystal, which had settled into a rhythmic pulsing rather than chaotic fluctuations. The castle's magic appeared to be stabilizing, but into a configuration noticeably different from before. "What have we unleashed?" He wondered aloud, already anticipating difficult explanations to the Board of Governors, and perhaps to Harry Potter himself, whose magical inheritance appeared more complex than anyone had imagined. Harry woke to the sensation of someone gently shaking his shoulder. Opening his eyes, he found Grimclaw standing beside his bed in the recovery chamber, looking uncharacteristically concerned. "What's wrong?" Harry asked immediately, struggling to sit up. His body felt leaden, and his magic tingled uncomfortably beneath his skin, but the bone-deep exhaustion of the immediate post-ritual period had mostly abated. "There have been developments," Grimclaw replied carefully. "How are you feeling?" "Better than I expected." Harry reached automatically for his scar, finding it noticeably less pronounced under his fingers. "My magic feels strange, kind of buzzy and unsettled, but the pain is mostly gone." "Excellent. That's consistent with normal recovery." Grimclaw hesitated, then continued. "However, the ritual appears to have had unforeseen side effects beyond your immediate physical condition. Now fully alert, Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed. What kind of side effects? Did something happen with Voldemort's wraith? Did it sense the Horcrux being destroyed? Nothing of that nature, as far as we can determine. The containment worked precisely as designed, the soul fragment remains isolated in the Department of Mysteries for final disposal. Grimclaw handed Harry his glasses, which he put on gratefully. The side effects concern Hogwarts Castle. Hogwarts? Harry repeated, confused. What does the ritual have to do with Hogwarts? That's what we're attempting to determine. Approximately 30 minutes after the Horcrux extraction was completed, we received emergency communications from both the Ministry and Headmaster Dumbledore. The castle experienced a massive magical fluctuation affecting its ward structure, internal geography, and enchanted features. Was anyone hurt? Harry asked, immediately concerned despite his complicated feelings about the school and its headmaster. No casualties have been reported. The castle is largely empty during summer holidays, with only essential staff in residence. Grimclaw's expression turned thoughtful. However, the magical disturbance was significant enough to register on Ministry monitoring systems designed to detect catastrophic magical events. Director Bones has requested your presence once you're sufficiently recovered. She thinks I caused it. Harry's voice rose slightly in alarm. I was here the whole time. I didn't do anything to Hogwarts. Not intentionally, no, Grimclaw agreed. But magical connections can be complex and subtle. The Horcrux removal may have triggered a cascade effect involving magical pathways we weren't aware of. Harry thought about this, remembering how his magic had been forcibly connected to the Hogwarts wards for years. I thought that connection was severed weeks ago, when you first treated me. The primary ward connection, yes. But it's possible that secondary or tertiary magical links remained, particularly those integrated with the Horcrux itself. Grimclaw checked a pocket watch. If you feel capable, Director Bones and Silverhand are waiting to discuss the situation in more detail. Nodding, Harry carefully stood, relieved when the room remained steady around him. Libby appeared with clean robes, helping him dress while Grimclaw tactfully examined some parchments from a leather folio. Master Harry's scar is looking much better, the house elf observed as she helped straighten his collar. Barely angry at all now. It feels better too, Harry confirmed. Less like something foreign pressing against my brain. When he was presentable, Grimclaw led him not back toward the ritual chamber but upward through Gringotts labyrinthine corridors to a formal conference room. Here, Director Bones waited alongside Silverhand and, surprisingly, Professor McGonagall, whose usual stern expression was marred by obvious worry. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said as soon as he entered, thank goodness you're all right. When we learned the timing of the ritual coincided with Hogwarts disruption. I'm fine, Professor, Harry assured her. But what's happening at Hogwarts? Grimclaw said something about the wards. Director Bones gestured for everyone to be seated at the conference table. The situation is stabilizing, but remains unusual. At approximately 8:47 p.m. yesterday, simultaneous with the final phase of your Horcrux extraction according to Gringotts records, Hogwarts Castle experienced what can only be described as a magical reconfiguration. Reconfiguration? Harry repeated, still not understanding his connection to these events. McGonagall took up the explanation. The castle's fundamental magic, its wards, its internal enchantments, even some aspects of its physical structure, began spontaneously reorganizing. Ward layers that haven't been active in centuries suddenly reactivated. Some more recent additions, particularly those established by Headmaster Dumbledore over the past few decades, were either rejected entirely or significantly altered. Most curiously, Bones added, the castle appears to be actively recognizing and responding to founder bloodlines in ways not documented in living memory. Portraits of the founders that have been dormant for generations have awakened and are communicating with the current inhabitants. Harry struggled to make sense of this. But what does any of this have to do with me or the Horcrux? Silverhand, who had been quietly examining a magical readout of Harry's current condition, looked up. We believe the Horcrux may have been suppressing aspects of your magical heritage, Mr. Potter. Its removal appears to have triggered a recognition event at Hogwarts. Recognition of what? Your status as a magical heir to at least one, possibly multiple founders of Hogwarts, McGonagall said, watching Harry's reaction carefully. Harry stared at her in disbelief. That's not possible. I'm just Harry. My dad was a Potter and my mum was Muggle-born. The Potter line does include Gryffindor heritage several generations back, McGonagall corrected gently. It's not widely discussed, but genealogical records confirm it. As for your mother, magical heritage can sometimes skip many generations before manifesting, particularly when powerful bloodlines are involved. We've taken the liberty of conducting a heritage analysis using blood samples from your healing sessions, Grimclaw interjected, sliding a parchment across the table. The results are rather illuminating. Harry looked down at the document, which displayed an intricate magical genealogy extending far beyond the few generations of family history he'd previously seen in his parents' photo albums. Glowing lines traced connections backward through time, highlighting particular names in different colors. The gold highlighting indicates confirmed magical ancestors, Grimclaw explained. The colored auras around certain names represent founder bloodlines, red for Gryffindor, blue for Ravenclaw, yellow for Hufflepuff, and green for Slytherin. To Harry's astonishment, his father's line indeed showed a distant but direct connection to Godric Gryffindor, the red aura growing stronger several generations back. More surprisingly, his mother's line, while predominantly lacking magical indicators for recent generations, showed a faint blue aura connecting distantly to Rowena Ravenclaw. This can't be right, he protested. My mum was Muggle-born. Everyone says so. First generation witch, yes, McGonagall corrected. But that doesn't preclude distant magical ancestry. Many Muggle-born students actually represent magical bloodlines that went dormant for generations before producing another magical child. Harry stared at the chart, trying to absorb its implications. And Slytherin? He asked hesitantly, noticing a green aura connecting to his name directly rather than through either parent. The adults exchanged significant glances before Silverhand answered. We believe that connection was artificially created when Voldemort inadvertently made you a Horcrux. His Slytherin heritage briefly became magically entwined with your own signature. However, that connection should have been severed with the Horcrux's removal. Yet Hogwarts still recognized it, Bones observed. According to Headmaster Dumbledore's report, the Slytherin dormitories and common room were among the areas most significantly affected by the castle's reconfiguration. This is mad, Harry said, pushing the genealogy chart away. So Hogwarts is what, redecorating itself because of my blood? Because of connections I didn't even know I had. It's more fundamental than mere decoration, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said seriously. The castle appears to be returning to something closer to the founder's original intentions. Secret passages have revealed themselves. Rooms long forgotten have reappeared. The very magic sustaining the castle seems more vibrant. And potentially more aligned with your personal magical signature, Silverhand added. Which could have significant implications when you eventually attend as a student. Harry hadn't given much thought to attending Hogwarts since discovering the extent of Dumbledore's manipulations. The idea that the castle itself might now be somehow attuned to him specifically was both intriguing and unsettling. What does Dumbledore think about all this? He asked, curious about the headmaster's reaction to having his carefully established systems disrupted. He's adapting to the situation, McGonagall replied diplomatically. The changes present certain challenges to administrative systems that have been in place for decades, but the castle's magic seems quite determined. Director Bones checked her watch. Speaking of the headmaster, he's requested a meeting with you, Mr. Potter, once you've recovered sufficiently. I've taken the liberty of arranging neutral ground at the ministry, with appropriate supervision, if you're willing. Harry considered this. His anger toward Dumbledore had cooled somewhat since their last encounter, particularly after the headmaster's assistance with Sirius's case and the Horcrux information. Still, he wasn't eager to place himself under the man's influence again. "I'd want Grimclaw there," he said finally. "And maybe Professor McGonagall too, since it concerns Hogwarts." A reasonable request, Bones nodded. Would tomorrow morning be too soon? The Board of Governors is meeting in the afternoon to discuss the Hogwarts situation, and Dumbledore would prefer to have spoken with you before then. After Harry agreed to the meeting, the conversation turned to his immediate recovery needs. Silverhand recommended another 24 hours of magical rest before attempting even simple spells, emphasizing that his core was still re-establishing its natural pathways following the Horcrux removal. "Your magic may behave unpredictably for several days," she cautioned. "Nothing dangerous, but spells might be stronger than intended or produce slightly different effects until your control recalibrates." By the time the meeting concluded, Harry felt mentally overwhelmed despite his physical improvement. He returned to the townhouse with Grimclaw, looking forward to processing everything in the comfort and privacy of his room. A stack of letters awaited him, 3 from Sirius, sent at different points during the ritual day as the anxious Godfather sought updates, and one bearing the St. Mungo's official seal. This last one caught Harry's immediate attention. "It appears to be from Sirius's mind healer," Grimclaw observed as Harry examined the formal parchment. "Shall I give you privacy to read your correspondence?" "No, it's fine," Harry replied, breaking the seal. His eyes widened as he scanned the contents. "Sirius has been approved for supervised release starting next week. The healers say his recovery has progressed much faster than expected." Grimclaw looked genuinely pleased at this news. "Excellent. The timing coincides well with your own recovery period. By next week, your magic should be sufficiently stabilized to safely interact with a wizard still recovering from magical trauma." Harry could hardly contain his excitement as he read the details. Sirius would initially be released to a ministry-approved halfway house with regular healer visits, but would be permitted daily visits with Harry at the townhouse under supervision. If his recovery continued at its current rate, he could petition for full guardianship within as little as 1 month. "I need to write back right away," Harry declared, already moving toward his desk. Sirius must be going mad waiting to hear how the ritual went. "Perhaps a brief rest first," Grimclaw suggested, noting Harry's still pale complexion. "The ritual was magically taxing, and you have the meeting with Dumbledore tomorrow." Reluctantly acknowledging the wisdom of this advice, Harry compromised by writing a quick note assuring Sirius that the ritual had been successful and he was recovering well, promising a longer letter after he'd rested. Libby took the sealed message, promising to have it delivered immediately to St. Mungo's. As evening fell, Harry found himself drawn to the window of his bedroom, gazing northward in the general direction of Scotland where Hogwarts stood. Though hundreds of miles distant, he felt a strange new awareness of the castle, as if some part of him recognized its magic even across such distances. What does it all mean, he wondered aloud, thinking of founder bloodlines, prophecies, and a castle that apparently recognized him as heir to its creators. Just weeks ago, he'd been a neglected boy in a cupboard, unaware of his heritage or the magic being drained from him. Now he stood at the center of events that were literally reshaping one of the most magical places in Britain. The weight of these revelations should have felt crushing, but strangely, Harry felt more capable of bearing them now that the Horcrux was gone. His mind was clearer, his magic more genuinely his own than it had ever been. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Dumbledore, Hogwarts, eventually Voldemort himself, Harry would face them unburdened by the soul fragment that had been parasitizing his power for 7 years. For now, that knowledge was enough. The Ministry of Magic's diplomatic reception room had been chosen for the meeting with Dumbledore, neutral ground that belonged neither to the headmaster's sphere of influence nor to Gringotts. Harry arrived the following morning accompanied by Grimclaw and Professor McGonagall, with Director Bones joining them at the ministry entrance to provide official escort. "Remember, you are under no obligation to agree to anything today," Grimclaw reminded Harry as they followed Bones through the ministry's bustling atrium. "This is an informational discussion, not a negotiation of your status." "I understand," Harry nodded, appreciating the Goblin's consistent advocacy. "I just want to know what's happening with Hogwarts and what it means for me." The diplomatic reception room proved to be an elegant circular chamber with a domed ceiling enchanted to display a peaceful blue sky. A round table of polished mahogany occupied the center, with comfortable chairs arranged around it at precisely equal distances, a physical representation of the room's purpose as a place for parties to meet as equals. Dumbledore was already present when they arrived, engaged in quiet conversation with a witch Harry didn't recognize who wore the insignia of the Department of Magical Education. Both looked up as Harry's party entered, the headmaster's blue eyes immediately seeking Harry's face. "Harry," Dumbledore greeted him, rising. "You look well." "The ritual was successful, then?" "Completely," Harry confirmed, unconsciously touching his faded scar. "The goblins removed the Horcrux intact. It's being handled by the Department of Mysteries now." "Excellent news," Dumbledore's relief appeared genuine. "I confess I've been concerned. Such procedures are virtually unprecedented in wizarding literature." Director Bones made brief introductions, identifying the unknown witch as Madame Marchbanks, Senior Examiner and Board of Governors representative. Once everyone was seated, Bones officially opened the meeting. "We're here to discuss recent events at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that appear connected to Mr. Potter's Horcrux removal ritual, and to consider implications for all parties moving forward. Headmaster, would you begin by summarizing the current situation at the castle?" Dumbledore nodded, steepling his fingers thoughtfully. "Hogwarts is currently undergoing what I can only describe as a magical renaissance. Ward structures dormant for centuries have reactivated. Architectural features known only from historical accounts have reappeared. The very magic of the castle seems to have awakened." "Is it dangerous?" Harry asked, concern overriding his usual caution around Dumbledore. "Not dangerous, no," Dumbledore assured him. "Disruptive to certain administrative systems, certainly, but the castle's magic is fundamentally protective rather than harmful. If anything, Hogwarts is now safer than it has been in generations." McGonagall made a small sound of agreement. "The changes are actually rather remarkable from an educational perspective. Classrooms have reconfigured to better support practical magic. The library has revealed several collections previously hidden. Even the house dormitories have expanded and improved their facilities." "And this is all because of me?" Harry asked skeptically. "Because the Horcrux was removed." "Not precisely because of you," Dumbledore clarified. "Rather, because of what the Horcrux's removal revealed about you. The castle appears to be responding to the presence of multiple founder bloodlines in a single heir, something that may not have occurred since the founder's own time." Harry glanced at Grimclaw, who nodded slightly in confirmation of what they'd discussed the previous day. "So I'm somehow related to Gryffindor through my dad, and maybe Ravenclaw through my mum. And Hogwarts can sense that?" "The castle's magic has always been sensitive to the founder's bloodlines," Dumbledore explained. "It's how the Sorting Hat functions, in part. But your particular combination of heritages, combined with the magical resonance created during the Horcrux removal, seems to have triggered a much more profound response." Madame Marchbanks spoke for the first time, her voice crisp with authority. "The Board of Governors is particularly interested in the practical implications. Already, certain families, particularly those with connections to Slytherin House, have expressed concern about the changes to their traditional spaces." "The Slytherin dormitories were significantly affected?" Harry asked, remembering the mention of this the previous day. "They were purified, in a sense," McGonagall explained carefully. "Certain enchantments of questionable ethical nature that had accumulated over centuries were dissolved. Secret rooms accessible only to those with specific dark magical signatures were either eliminated or transformed." Harry couldn't help feeling a surge of satisfaction at this. "Good. From what I've read about Hogwarts houses, Slytherin has drifted pretty far from its founder's original values." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "An interesting observation, Harry. Indeed, all four houses have evolved over time, sometimes in ways that might surprise their founders. The current changes seem to be realigning the castle with those original visions." Which brings us to the central question, Director Bones interjected. What does this mean for Mr. Potter's future attendance at Hogwarts? His unusual connection to the castle could have significant implications for house placement, magical education, and security arrangements. A silence fell as everyone considered this question. Harry had been wondering the same thing. How could he attend as a normal student when the castle itself apparently recognized him as some sort of special heir? I believe, Dumbledore said carefully, that Hogwarts would welcome Harry as a student like any other, while perhaps offering certain accommodations for his unique magical signature. The castle has always adapted to the needs of those within it. But it wouldn't be the same as for other students, Harry pressed. People would know something was different. They already stare at me because of the whole boy who lived thing. This would make it worse. Perhaps, McGonagall acknowledged. Though much depends on how publicly these recent events are discussed. The Board of Governors has not yet decided how much information to release regarding the castle's transformation. Madame Marchbanks nodded confirmation. There are legitimate privacy concerns regarding Mr. Potter's heritage, balanced against the need to explain significant changes to a public educational institution. Harry thought about this, trying to imagine his future at Hogwarts. Before discovering his magical heritage and Dumbledore's manipulations, he had imagined the wizarding school as an escape from the Dursleys, a place where he might finally belong. Now, the prospect seemed more complicated, potential freedom mixed with new kinds of unwanted attention. What if I didn't attend Hogwarts? He asked suddenly, surprising everyone including himself. Not attend? McGonagall repeated, looking genuinely distressed by the idea. But Mr. Potter, your parents, that is, Hogwarts has educated Potters for generations. There are other magical schools, Harry pointed out. And private tutoring is an option. I've made good progress with the tutors Gringotts arranged. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. May I ask if this reluctance stems from the castle's response to your heritage, or from personal concerns about certain staff members, myself included? The direct question caught Harry off guard with its honesty. Both, I suppose, he admitted after a moment. I'm not comfortable with all the attention, and I'm still processing everything that's happened with my guardianship and magical bindings. Understandable, Dumbledore nodded, surprising Harry with his lack of defensiveness. If I might offer a perspective, however, Hogwarts itself seems quite determined to welcome you. The castle's magic has been preparing specifically for your arrival, in ways even I don't fully comprehend yet. It's true, McGonagall confirmed. Just yesterday, a suite of rooms appeared near Gryffindor Tower that historically belonged to Godric's apprentices. The castle appears to be creating spaces where you might feel comfortable and secure. Harry wasn't sure whether to find this reassuring or more overwhelming. I need time to think about it, he said finally. And to talk with Sirius. He's being released from St. Mungo's next week, and he'll have opinions about my education. Director Bones nodded approvingly. A reasonable approach. The school year doesn't begin until September 1st, giving you several weeks to make an informed decision. She turned to Madame Marchbanks. Would the board accept a delayed confirmation for Mr. Potter, given the exceptional circumstances? I believe so, Marchbanks replied. Especially if we can communicate that decisions about how to manage the castle's changes are ongoing. It would give us time to properly document and adjust to the transformations before students arrive. As the meeting continued, discussing various practical aspects of the Hogwarts situation, Harry found himself studying Dumbledore. The headmaster seemed different somehow, less commanding, more thoughtful. Whether this represented genuine change or simply a more careful approach following the revelations about his past actions, Harry couldn't tell. When Dumbledore caught his gaze, something unspoken passed between them, an acknowledgement, perhaps, that their relationship had fundamentally changed but was not necessarily beyond repair. The headmaster inclined his head slightly, as if confirming Harry's unspoken assessment. By the meeting's conclusion, no definitive decisions had been reached about Harry's Hogwarts attendance, but a framework for continued discussion had been established. Director Bones would serve as neutral intermediary, with Sirius included in future conversations once his release from St. Mungo's was formalized. "One final matter," Dumbledore said as they prepared to depart. "Harry, regardless of your decision about attending Hogwarts, I believe it would be beneficial for you to visit the castle soon. The magical connection appears to be seeking resolution, and a brief visit might help stabilize both your magic and the castle's." Harry looked to Grimclaw, who considered the suggestion with professional detachment. "There is merit in testing the magical resonance under controlled conditions," the Goblin acknowledged. "Particularly with appropriate witnesses and safeguards in place. Perhaps after Sirius's release," McGonagall suggested. "He could accompany Mr. Potter, which might ease concerns about undue influence." This compromise appealed to Harry. The idea of seeing Hogwarts firsthand, especially with Sirius at his side, made the prospect less intimidating. "I'd be willing to visit," he agreed cautiously. "Just to see what's happening with the castle. It doesn't mean I'm deciding to attend yet." "Of course," Dumbledore nodded, a hint of his old twinkle returning to his eyes. "Simply a fact-finding expedition. Though I suspect Hogwarts itself may have opinions about your future there." As they left the Ministry, Harry reflected on how dramatically his position had changed since the Goblin Inheritance Specialist had first arrived at Privet Drive. From a powerless, ignorant child to a young wizard with recognized magical sovereignty, multiple founder bloodlines, and apparently, a sentient castle rearranging itself in his honor. "It's all completely mad, isn't it?" he remarked to Grimclaw as they stepped into the London sunshine. "Mad by common standards, perhaps," the Goblin replied with philosophical calm. "But magic rarely conforms to expectations, Mr. Potter. Particularly where ancient bloodlines and prophecies are concerned." Harry sighed, adjusting his glasses. "I just wanted to be normal." Grimclaw's sharp teeth showed in what Harry now recognized as a genuine smile. "An admirable but futile aspiration for the heir of multiple founders, prophesied opponent of a Dark Lord, and catalyst for the magical rebirth of Britain's premier wizarding institution." Put that way, Harry couldn't help but laugh. "When you say it like that, I sound ridiculous." "Not ridiculous," McGonagall corrected gently, joining them. "Extraordinary. And while that may sometimes feel like a burden, Mr. Potter, it also represents remarkable opportunity." Looking between the stern professor and the calculating Goblin, Harry felt an unexpected surge of gratitude for the strange allies fate had provided him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Hogwarts, Voldemort, his own complicated heritage, he would not face them alone. One step at a time, he decided aloud. First Sirius, then Hogwarts, then everything else. It was, perhaps, as good a plan as any for a boy whose life had never followed expected paths. The week leading up to Sirius's release passed more quickly than Harry anticipated. His magical recovery proceeded smoothly, with only minor incidents of unintentional magic, books floating off shelves when he reached for them, lights brightening or dimming with his mood, as his core adjusted to functioning without the Horcrux's parasitic influence. By the 5th day post-ritual, Harry was able to resume controlled spellcasting under Proudfoot's watchful supervision. To everyone's surprise, his magical capabilities had increased significantly. "Remarkable control for your age," the Auror commented after Harry successfully cast a shield charm that would have been challenging for many third-year Hogwarts students. "And raw power well above expected levels." The Horcrux was clearly suppressing more than anyone realized. Harry found the praise both gratifying and slightly alarming. He had no desire to be seen as unusually powerful, yet another thing that would set him apart from his peers. At the same time, the joy of working with his fully liberated magic was undeniable. His correspondence with Sirius continued daily, their letters growing increasingly excited as the release date approached. Sirius's final days at St. Mungo's included intensive preparation for reintegration into Wizarding Society, with particular emphasis on the legal and practical aspects of potentially becoming Harry's guardian. "The healers are cautiously optimistic," Sirius wrote 2 days before his scheduled release. "They say my recovery has been exceptional, though they're still recommending regular check-ins for at least 6 months. Director Bones has arranged for a ministry-approved residence with appropriate security measures. Apparently being the wrongfully imprisoned godfather of the boy who lived makes me a person of interest requiring protection. Can't argue with that, given everything you've told me about Dumbledore's manipulations and the Horcrux situation. Speaking of which, I can't wait to see you without that foul thing attached to you. The Goblin's ritual sounds like it was terrifying but effective. And this business about Hogwarts reconfiguring itself in your honor? James would have found it hilarious, his son causing chaos at Hogwarts before even arriving. Lily would have immediately gone to the library to research founder bloodlines and castle sentience. I know you're unsure about attending Hogwarts, and I understand your concerns. We'll have plenty of time to discuss options once I'm out. Whatever you decide, I'll support you, whether that means Hogwarts, Beau's batons, private tutoring or something else entirely. That's what godfathers are for, after all. Just 2 more days. Try not to accidentally blow up the townhouse with your newly unleashed magic before I get there. All my love, Sirius. The day of Sirius's release dawned clear and pleasantly warm. Harry woke early, too excited to sleep, and spent the morning alternating between helping Libby prepare the townhouse for their guest and compulsively checking the time. Master Harry will wear a hole in the floor with his pacing, Libby observed good-naturedly as she arranged fresh flowers in the sitting room. Sir Sirius is not arriving until 2 o'clock. I know, Harry sighed, flopping into an armchair. I just can't focus on anything else. It feels like I've been waiting forever to have a proper family. Libby's expression softened. Master Harry deserves a proper family. Sir Sirius will be good for him, Libby thinks. At precisely 2 o'clock, the townhouse's security wards chimed, announcing visitors at the outer boundary. Harry leapt to his feet, heart pounding with anticipation. Minutes later, Grimclaw escorted 2 people into the sitting room, Director Bones and, beside her, a man Harry barely recognized from their brief meeting at the ministry. Sirius Black had transformed during his weeks at St. Mungo's. Though still thinner than he should have been, his frame had filled out considerably. His once matted hair was now clean, trimmed to shoulder length, and pulled back neatly. Hospital pale skin had gained healthier color, and his eyes, while still carrying shadows of his Azkaban experience, now held genuine warmth and life. He wore new robes of deep blue that complemented his aristocratic features, and stood straighter than Harry remembered, though he still leaned slightly on an elegant walking stick, a concession to lingering physical weakness that would improve with time, according to his healers. For a moment, Godfather and Godson simply stared at each other, drinking in the changes since their brief encounter after the hearing. Then Sirius opened his arms, and Harry launched himself forward into the first proper embrace he could remember receiving from family. "Look at you," Sirius said when they finally separated, his voice thick with emotion. "Without that thing leeching off your magic. You're glowing with health, Harry." "You too," Harry replied, grinning. The hospital did wonders. Decent food, proper medical care, and absence of soul-sucking dementors, remarkable combination, Sirius quipped, though his light tone couldn't quite mask the shadow that crossed his face at the mention of his imprisonment. Director Bones cleared her throat gently. "I'll leave you to get reacquainted. Mr. Black, remember the conditions of your monitored release. Daily check-ins with the ministry, no unauthorized travel, and continued therapeutic sessions with healer Woodmore twice weekly." "All duly noted and agreed to, Director," Sirius replied with formal politeness. "And my continued gratitude for your efforts on my behalf." Once Bones had departed, with Grimclaw accompanying her to discuss security arrangements, Sirius visibly relaxed. Finally, he sighed, lowering himself carefully onto a sofa. "Don't misunderstand, I'm eternally grateful to everyone who helped secure my release. But it's exhausting being handled like a combination of invalid and security risk." Harry sat beside him, unable to stop smiling. "You're really here? It still doesn't seem real." "I know exactly what you mean," Sirius reached out to ruffle Harry's hair affectionately. "Last Halloween, I was counting scratches on my cell wall, convinced I'd die in Azkaban. Now I'm sitting in a luxurious townhouse with my godson, discussing his magical education and goblin-administered Horcrux removal. Life takes extraordinary turns. Libby appeared with tea and an assortment of Sirius's favorite foods, which Harry had carefully researched via their correspondence. As they enjoyed the spread, conversation flowed easily between them, Sirius sharing properly remembered stories of James and Lily, Harry explaining the complex events that had followed the Inheritance Specialist's initial visit. "I still can't believe Dumbledore did all that," Sirius said, his expression darkening as Harry described the magical bindings and memory blocks. "James and Lily named me your guardian for a reason. Even if he had concerns about my stability after their deaths, there were other options on the guardianship list before those horrible muggles." "Who else was on the list?" Harry asked curiously. "The Longbottoms were second after me, Alice was your godmother. But they were attacked shortly after your parents. After them came Minerva McGonagall, believe it or not. Your mother trusted her implicitly." Sirius shook his head. For Dumbledore to ignore those wishes entirely. He was focused on the blood wards, Harry said, though not defensively. "At least, that's his explanation. Protection from Voldemort's followers. Protection from external threats, perhaps, but not from the damage of living unloved," Sirius countered bitterly. "And certainly not worth suppressing your magic and memories." Harry hesitated, then asked a question that had been bothering him. "Do you think he knew about the Horcrux from the beginning, I mean?" Sirius considered this carefully. "I doubt he identified it immediately as a Horcrux specifically. That's extraordinarily obscure dark magic. But Dumbledore definitely sensed something wrong with your scar, something connected to Voldemort. His failure was in not consulting more broadly, in keeping the knowledge to himself rather than seeking help from those who might have removed it years ago. Like the goblins." "Exactly. Dumbledore's greatest flaw has always been his certainty that he alone understands the bigger picture, that only he can be trusted with certain knowledge." Sirius sighed. "It's why he was able to justify leaving me in Azkaban without a trial, I suspect. He probably convinced himself it was somehow necessary for some greater purpose." The conversation eventually turned to Harry's Hogwarts dilemma and the castle's dramatic response to his Horcrux removal. "I still don't understand why it reacted so strongly," Harry admitted. "Lots of students must have connections to the founders' bloodlines. The older wizarding families are all interrelated." "True, but rarely in the specific combination you represent," Sirius explained. "The Potter line's connection to Gryffindor is unusually direct. Add a Ravenclaw connection through your mother, plus the magical resonance created by removing a Horcrux tied to Slytherin's direct heir, that's a magical convergence that might happen once in 1,000 years." Harry groaned. "More exceptional specialness. Just what I needed." Sirius laughed, the sound transforming his face into something closer to the handsome young man from Harry's photographs. "You sound exactly like your mother when you say that." Lily hated standing out too, despite being extraordinarily talented. "What do you think I should do?" "About Hogwarts, I mean." Sirius considered the question seriously. "Hogwarts has significant advantages, the best magical education in Britain, connections that will serve you throughout your life, and now apparently, a special affinity with the castle itself. But your concerns about Dumbledore's influence and unwanted attention are valid." He tapped his fingers thoughtfully against his teacup. "What if we compromise? Accept the Hogwarts invitation but with negotiated conditions, special security arrangements, private accommodations if you prefer, and most importantly, clear boundaries regarding Dumbledore's authority over your education." The suggestion resonated with Harry. "Could we do that? Set conditions? With Director Bones and the Goblin supporting us?" "Absolutely." Sirius grinned mischievously. "Besides, I think you should see this magical castle that's redecorating itself in your honor. If nothing else, it'll make a remarkable story." The proposed visit to Hogwarts was scheduled for the following week, allowing Sirius time to settle into his new circumstances and Harry to continue adjusting to his Horcrux-free magical state. In the meantime, they fell into a comfortable routine, Sirius residing in ministry accommodation but spending most daylight hours at the townhouse with Harry, sharing meals, continuing magical lessons, and building the family relationship both had been denied for 7 years. "You know," Sirius remarked one evening as they played wizard's chess in the library, "once my formal rehabilitation period ends, we should consider more permanent living arrangements. This townhouse is perfectly nice, but it lacks a certain hominess," Harry suggested, watching his knight demolish Sirius's bishop. "Exactly. Plus, I own property that's been sitting empty, including my family's ancestral home in London, though I'd rather not subject either of us to that grim place if possible." Sirius moved his queen, countering Harry's attack. "There's a Potter property in Wales that your father and I spent summers at during school holidays. Smaller than the main Potter estate, but charming. We could look into reclaiming it from trust status." The casual mention of shared living arrangements, of a permanent home together, filled Harry with quiet joy. "I'd like that," he said simply, not trusting himself to elaborate without embarrassing emotional display. Sirius, seeming to understand, simply nodded and returned his attention to the chessboard. But the smile that lingered on his face spoke volumes. The arranged visit to Hogwarts took place on a perfect August morning, with sunshine illuminating the ancient castle's towers and turrets against a backdrop of vivid blue sky. The small party approaching the main gates included Harry, Sirius, who had received special travel permission for the occasion, Grimclaw representing Gringotts' interests, and Director Bones ensuring ministry oversight. "It's even more impressive than I remembered," Sirius murmured as they walked up the path from Hogsmeade. "Though perhaps that's because my last memories of the place are from happier times, before everything." Harry, seeing Hogwarts for the first time, found himself speechless with wonder. Despite everything he'd read about the magical school, nothing had prepared him for the reality, the sheer magical presence of the ancient structure, its towers and walls seemingly both solid stone and somehow alive with enchantment. More surprising was the sensation of recognition that washed over him as they approached, not déjà vu exactly, but a feeling of homecoming to a place he'd never visited. The castle's magic reached out to him like an invisible welcome, raising goosebumps along his arms despite the summer warmth. "You feel it, don't you?" Sirius observed, watching Harry's expression. "The castle recognizing you." Harry nodded, unable to articulate the strange magical communion. "It's like it's happy to see me." Which sounds completely mad. "Not mad at all," Grimclaw commented unexpectedly. Ancient magical structures often develop a form of sentience over centuries of absorbing ambient magic from powerful wizards. Hogwarts, built by 4 of history's most formidable magical practitioners and inhabited by generations of developing magical youth, would naturally possess exceptional awareness. The gates opened as they approached, though no one was visibly operating them. Professor McGonagall waited just inside, accompanied by a tiny wizard Harry didn't recognize. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter," McGonagall greeted him formally. "And welcome back, Mr. Black. It's been far too long." "Under better circumstances this time, Professor," Sirius replied with a respectful nod that surprised Harry, who had gathered from stories that his godfather's school days had involved considerable conflict with authority. "Indeed." McGonagall turned to Harry. "This is Professor Flitwick, our charms master and head of Ravenclaw House." The diminutive professor stepped forward, studying Harry with obvious interest. "A pleasure, Mr. Potter. Most fascinating circumstances bring you to us today. The castle has been positively buzzing with anticipation since your visit was arranged." As if confirming his words, a gentle tremor ran through the ground beneath their feet, subtle but unmistakable. "Is that normal?" Harry asked nervously. "Only since your Horcrux removal," McGonagall replied with remarkable calm. "The castle has become more demonstrative of its reactions. Shall we proceed to the entrance hall? The headmaster is waiting inside." As they walked toward the massive oak doors of the castle proper, Harry noticed the stone gargoyles flanking the entrance turning their heads to watch his approach, a behavior McGonagall confirmed was entirely new since the magical reconfiguration. The entrance hall beyond was magnificent, soaring stone walls, a grand staircase, and enchanted torches that flared brighter as Harry entered. More notable were the subtle changes occurring in real time, dust vanishing from ancient tapestries, stones realigning to repair minor cracks, suits of armor standing more erect as if on parade inspection. The castle is literally putting its best foot forward, Flitwick observed with delighted amusement. I've never seen anything like it in 40 years of teaching here. Dumbledore awaited them at the foot of the grand staircase, dressed in relatively subdued robes of midnight blue with silver stars. His expression as he watched Harry take in the entrance hall was one of genuine wonder rather than his usual omniscient calm. "Harry," he greeted with a respectful nod. "Thank you for coming. As you can see, Hogwarts has been most eager for your visit." Harry returned the nod cautiously, still uncertain in his feelings toward the headmaster despite their more recent civil interactions. "It's reacting to my presence." "Most enthusiastically," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though I believe the full extent of the castle's response may be revealed as we tour the grounds. With your permission, I'd like to show you several areas that have been most significantly transformed." With Sirius maintaining a protective presence at Harry's side and the others following, Dumbledore led them on a remarkable journey through a castle in the midst of magical renaissance. The Great Hall revealed an enchanted ceiling more vibrant than anyone could remember, displaying not just the current sky but occasional shimmers of magical constellations normally invisible to the naked eye. The house tables remained, but the staff table had transformed into a semicircular arrangement that Dumbledore explained more closely resembled the original founder's design, encouraging greater interaction among faculty. "The castle appears to be reverting to its original configurations in many cases," Dumbledore explained as they proceeded through corridors where suits of armor saluted as Harry passed, removing later additions that altered its fundamental character. More dramatic were the changes to specific house areas. The entrance to Gryffindor Tower had expanded to include a small antechamber decorated with the personal heraldry of Godric Gryffindor, different from the simplified lion version used as the house emblem. "This hasn't been seen in living memory," McGonagall said, touching the intricate stonework with reverent fingers. "The records suggest it was sealed during the Goblin rebellions of the 1600s for security reasons." The Ravenclaw areas showed similar restorations, with the addition of previously hidden study alcoves designed for different types of magical research. Even more surprising was their next destination. "The Slytherin dormitories," Dumbledore announced as they descended toward the dungeons. "Perhaps the most dramatically transformed area of all." Harry hesitated. "Should I be going there? I'm not a Slytherin student." "The castle disagrees, apparently," Dumbledore replied with mild amusement, gesturing to the corridor ahead where torches were spontaneously igniting to light their way. "Despite the Horcrux's removal, Hogwarts seems to recognize you as having legitimate connection to all founder bloodlines, including Slytherin." The Slytherin common room revealed the most startling transformation yet. The formerly dark, underwater-lit space had brightened considerably. While still featuring green and silver as dominant colors, the room had gained additional windows that somehow managed to provide both the famous underwater view of the lake and, impossibly, glimpses of the sky above, a magical architectural feature that Flitwick declared absolutely revolutionary. "The most significant change," Dumbledore explained, "is less visible but magically profound. Dark artifacts and hidden chambers accessible only through Parseltongue or dark magic have been either eliminated or transformed. The entire magical atmosphere has shifted toward the house's original values, cunning and ambition, yes, but without the blood purity obsession that developed in later centuries. Some of our current Slytherin families are quite distressed," McGonagall added dryly. "Particularly those whose ancestors added certain exclusionary enchantments to the common spaces." Throughout the tour, Harry noticed a consistent pattern. The castle seemed to be recalibrating itself around more inclusive, educationally sound principles while maintaining the house's distinct characters. Even more remarkably, it continued to react to his physical presence. Portraits greeted him by name though they'd never met, staircases adjusted their timing to await his approach, and doors opened slightly before he reached for them. The most extraordinary moment came as they approached the headmaster's office. The gargoyle guarding the entrance bowed low as Harry neared, then moved aside without a password being spoken. "Well," Dumbledore remarked mildly, "that's new." Inside, the circular office had undergone subtle but significant changes. The silver instruments that had once monitored Harry's magic and the wards were gone, replaced by older, more elegant devices that Dumbledore explained were original to the Founder's era. The portraits of former headmasters watched Harry with unusual interest, several calling greetings or offering comments about his resemblance to various ancestors. Most strikingly, a previously blank wall now featured 4 new portraits in ornate frames, the Founders themselves, awakened from centuries of magical dormancy. "Ah, the boy arrives at last," declared the portrait of a robust, red-bearded wizard who could only be Godric Gryffindor. "About time. The castle has been absolutely insufferable waiting for you." "Godric, manners," chided the elegant witch beside him, who wore Ravenclaw's colors. "The child cannot help the timing of his visit." Harry stared, dumbfounded, at the conversing portraits. "Are they real? I mean, did the actual Founders create these portraits?" "Indeed they did," confirmed Dumbledore. "Though they've been magically dormant for centuries, awakening only for moments during times of great significance to the school. Until now." The Slytherin portrait, a sharp-featured man with calculating eyes, studied Harry intently. "Curious," he remarked. "The boy carries traces of multiple bloodlines, yet the serpent speech gift is gone. Extracted, not inherited naturally. The parasitic soul fragment has been removed," Grimclaw explained, addressing the portrait directly. "It carried certain magical abilities that were not naturally Mr. Potter's." "Good riddance," sniffed Helga Hufflepuff from her frame. "Foul magic, that. No place in a school for children." Her kind eyes settled on Harry. "You'll be healthier for it, young heir. Magic flows more truly now, yes?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied automatically, still adjusting to the surreal experience of conversing with Hogwarts Founders. "It feels more mine." The tour concluded in a previously unknown chamber revealed during the castle's transformation, a circular room located directly beneath the Great Hall, with doors leading to all 4 house areas and architectural elements honoring each Founder. "We believe this was originally the Founders' Council chamber," Dumbledore explained. "A neutral ground where they could resolve disputes and make decisions affecting the entire school. It was sealed and hidden sometime after Slytherin's departure, eventually forgotten entirely. Until the castle decided to reveal it again," Sirius observed, examining the intricate stonework with professional interest. "Remarkable preservation charms. It looks like it was built yesterday." The chamber featured a round table reminiscent of the one in the Ministry's diplomatic reception room, with 4 ornate chairs positioned at equal distances. As Harry approached, the air in the chamber seemed to thicken with magical potential. "I believe," Dumbledore said quietly, "the castle is waiting for something." Following an instinct he couldn't explain, Harry moved toward the table. As he neared, the stones beneath his feet began to glow faintly, illuminating a pattern previously invisible, a complex magical emblem incorporating all 4 house symbols intertwined around a central Hogwarts crest. When Harry's foot touched the emblem, magic surged through the chamber. The 4 chairs at the table transformed, becoming ornate thrones bearing the specific heraldry of each Founder, more detailed and personalized than the simplified house emblems used in modern times. A 5th chair materialized between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw positions, smaller than the Founder thrones but clearly of similar craftsmanship, bearing a combined crest that incorporated elements from all 4 houses with the Potter family emblem at its center. "I believe," Dumbledore said into the stunned silence that followed, "Hogwarts has just created a physical manifestation of your unique position relative to the Founder's legacies." "What does it mean?" Harry asked, staring at the chair that had apparently been created specifically for him. "It means, Mr. Potter," McGonagall replied with uncharacteristic gentleness, "that Hogwarts considers you not just a student, but an heir to its magical legacy. The castle is offering you a place of honor within its walls." "A place I haven't earned," Harry protested. I haven't done anything except get a Horcrux removed. The castle disagrees, Dumbledore observed mildly. Magical structures of this age and power develop their own form of wisdom. Hogwarts clearly senses something in you worthy of recognition. Harry looked to Sirius, seeking guidance in this overwhelming moment. His godfather stepped forward, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder. You don't have to decide anything now, Sirius reminded him. This visit was about understanding what's happening, not making final decisions about attendance or accepting whatever role the castle is offering. Grimclaw, who had been examining the magical emblem on the floor with professional interest, rejoined the conversation. I concur. Mr. Potter's magical sovereignty includes the right to define his own relationship with Hogwarts, regardless of the castle's apparent preferences. Harry nodded gratefully for their support. After a moment's consideration, he approached the chair that had appeared for him, running his fingers lightly over the combined crest. The wood felt warm beneath his touch, almost alive with magical resonance. I'm honored, he said quietly, addressing the castle itself rather than the people watching. But I need time. To learn who I am without the Horcrux, without the bindings, without being the boy who lived. I need to be just Harry for a while before I can be whatever it is you're recognizing in me. To everyone's astonishment, the chair glowed briefly in apparent response, then shrank to a miniature version of itself, just a few inches tall. It floated gently from the table into Harry's hand. I believe, Dumbledore said with something approaching genuine wonder, the castle is offering you a token of its recognition, while respecting your need for time. A physical connection to Hogwarts that you may carry with you until you're ready to claim your place here, whatever form that ultimately takes. Harry closed his fingers around the miniature chair, feeling a gentle pulse of magic acknowledging the connection. Thank you, he said again to the castle, feeling only slightly ridiculous for addressing a building. The response was subtle but unmistakable, a warm surge of magic that felt distinctly welcoming, patient, and somehow reassuring. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore drew Harry slightly aside while the others examined other features of the council chamber. Harry, I want to thank you for coming today, the headmaster said, his usual grandfatherly manner replaced by something more genuine. What we've witnessed represents magical history in the making, Hogwarts recognizing an heir with connections to all four founders' bloodlines. Whether you choose to attend as a student or not, the castle has clearly claimed you as part of its legacy. I still don't understand why, Harry admitted. I haven't done anything special. On the contrary, Dumbledore countered gently. You've survived tremendous magical trauma, both Voldemort's attack and the subsequent years carrying a Horcrux. You've reclaimed your magical inheritance despite deliberate suppression. And most significantly, you've maintained a remarkably balanced magical signature despite influences that might have corrupted it. He gestured toward the miniature chair in Harry's hand. Hogwarts values balance above all. It was founded on the principle that different magical approaches, represented by the four houses, are strongest when working in harmony. In you, the castle recognizes that potential for harmony made manifest. Harry considered this thoughtfully. You're saying it's not about blood at all. It's about magical balance. Blood provided the initial connection, certainly. But what Hogwarts responds to most deeply is magical affinity, the potential to embody the best aspects of all four founders' philosophies rather than falling into the rivalries that eventually divided them. Dumbledore's blue eyes held none of their usual twinkle, only serious regard. It's a tremendous responsibility, should you choose to accept it. And if I don't? Harry asked, testing. If I decide to attend Beauxbatons instead, or take private tutoring? Then Hogwarts will continue its magical renaissance regardless, though perhaps not with the same enthusiasm. Dumbledore smiled slightly. The castle has already been transformed by your brief visit today. Whatever you ultimately decide, that legacy will endure. The conversation gave Harry much to consider as their party departed the castle grounds. Sirius and Director Bones discussed practical implications of the visit, while Grimclaw made notes for what would undoubtedly be a fascinating report to his superiors at Gringotts. Harry remained quietly thoughtful, the miniature chair tucked safely in his pocket, its magical warmth a constant reminder of Hogwarts recognition. The weeks following the Hogwarts visit brought significant developments on multiple fronts. Sirius's rehabilitation progressed exceptionally well, with his healers authorizing an accelerated timeline for assuming guardianship responsibilities. By mid-August, he had been granted provisional custody of Harry, pending final ministry approval expected before September. Their living arrangements evolved accordingly. While maintaining the goblin-warded townhouse as their primary residence for security reasons, they began weekend visits to the Potter cottage in Wales that Sirius had mentioned. The modest property, nestled between mountains and sea, provided a peaceful retreat where both could continue healing, Sirius from Azkaban's trauma, Harry from years of suppression and neglect. Most significantly, Harry finally reached a decision regarding his magical education after lengthy discussions with Sirius, Grimclaw, and his various tutors. "I want to attend Hogwarts," he announced one evening as he and Sirius enjoyed dinner on the townhouse's small garden terrace. "But with conditions." Sirius nodded approvingly. "I thought you might land there. What conditions are you thinking?" "First, I want to continue private tutoring in certain areas, especially occlumency and the metamorphic training with Tonks. Second, I want some privacy protections, maybe not using Harry Potter right away, at least until I get comfortable there." A reasonable precaution, Sirius agreed. "The Black family has several minor hereditary titles you could use legitimately, since I've named you my heir as well. Hadrian Black would give you some initial anonymity while still being truthful." Harry continued his list. "Third, I want Dumbledore to take an unbreakable vow not to make decisions about my education or safety without consulting you as my guardian." Sirius whistled. "That's a serious demand. An unbreakable vow could kill him if broken." "I know," Harry replied steadily. "But after everything that's happened, I need absolute certainty that he won't decide some new, greater good requires interfering with my magic or memories again." After consideration, Sirius nodded. "It's not unreasonable given the history. We'll present it as a non-negotiable condition for your attendance. With Director Bones supporting us and the castle itself clearly eager for your presence, I suspect he'll agree." The final condition proved most controversial when presented to Hogwarts leadership the following week. Harry, accompanied by Sirius and Grimclaw, met with Dumbledore, McGonagall, and representatives from the Board of Governors in the newly revealed Founders' Council chamber. "I want formal recognition of my unique status regarding the castle's magic," Harry stated firmly. "Not special treatment as a student, but acknowledgement of the connection that's clearly formed. I should have access to this chamber and other founder-linked areas of Hogwarts, independent of house affiliation." Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. "You're suggesting a status beyond the normal student-teacher relationship, something more akin to how the founders themselves interacted with the castle." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "I don't want to be just another first year in one specific house. The castle itself has recognized me as having connections to all four founders. My education should reflect that." This request generated considerable debate among the governors, with traditional voices concerned about undermining the house system and more progressive members intrigued by the educational possibilities. In the end, Hogwarts itself settled the question by causing the miniature chair Harry had been carrying to float from his pocket and expand to its full size in the center of the chamber, a clear statement of the castle's position. "Well," remarked Augusta Longbottom, the formidable witch representing the board's moderate faction, "I believe Hogwarts has rendered its opinion quite plainly. The question becomes how to formalize this unusual arrangement without creating chaos in our educational structure." The solution, developed over several hours of negotiation, was elegant in its balance of tradition and innovation. Harry would technically be sorted like any other student and live primarily with his assigned house. However, he would hold the unique title of Founder's Apprentice, with access to special areas of the castle and the right to attend classes with any house in subjects where multiple sections were offered. This preserves the house system while acknowledging Mr. Potter's special connection to the castle, McGonagall summarized approvingly. A sensible compromise. Most crucially for Harry, Dumbledore agreed to the requested unbreakable vow, performed solemnly with Sirius as binder and Director Bones as ministry witness. The headmaster seemed almost relieved as the magical bond sealed his promise to respect Harry's autonomy and Sirius's guardianship rights, as if acknowledging his past overreach had lifted a burden. "I welcome these constraints," Dumbledore said afterward, surprising everyone. "Power without limitation invites poor judgment, as my past actions regarding Harry demonstrate all too clearly. This vow serves not just his protection but my own redemption." With arrangements finalized, preparations for Harry's attendance at Hogwarts proceeded rapidly. A shopping expedition to Diagon Alley, conducted under the Hadrian Black identity with appropriate disguise charms from Tonks, secured necessary school supplies without unwanted public attention. The goblins provided special trunks with enhanced security features for Harry's more valuable possessions, including his father's invisibility cloak and the growing collection of family heirlooms recovered from the Potter vaults. Through it all, Harry found himself experiencing something entirely new, the joyful anticipation of a child preparing for school with a supportive parent figure. Sirius approached every aspect of the process with enthusiasm, from selecting the perfect wand with Ollivander, Harry's grandfather's wand being retained as a backup, to debating the merits of different pets before settling on a snowy owl Harry named Hedwig. "Your father would be unbearably smug about all this," Sirius remarked as they packed Harry's trunk the night before September 1st, his son, recognized by Hogwarts itself as a special magical heir. James had a competitive streak a mile wide, he'd consider this the ultimate Potter achievement. "And my mum?" Harry asked, always hungry for insights about Lily. "She'd be proud but practical," Sirius replied without hesitation. "Reminding you that magical heritage means nothing without the character to use it wisely. She'd be drilling you on first-year spells and making sure you packed extra socks." Harry smiled, carefully placing the miniature founder's chair between layers of clothes. Though he would soon see its full-sized version in the council chamber, the token had become something of a talisman during these weeks of preparation. "I'm nervous," he admitted. "Not about the magic or classes, the tutoring has me well prepared. But about the other students. Even with the Hadrian Black cover, people will eventually figure out who I am." "They will," Sirius agreed, sitting on the edge of the bed. "Fame isn't something you can escape completely, especially in a boarding school. But remember this, you are not defined by what happened when you were a baby, or by whose blood runs in your veins, or even by what castle rearranges itself in your honor." He squeezed Harry's shoulder affectionately. "You're defined by your choices, by how you treat others, by what you do with the opportunities and challenges that come your way. Everything else is just circumstance." The wisdom of these words stayed with Harry as he drifted off to sleep that night, his last in the townhouse before departing for Hogwarts. Whatever awaited him at the magical school, whatever role the castle's recognition implied, whatever challenges his unique status might bring, he would face it on his own terms, with his magic fully his own for the first time in his life. The boy who lived had reclaimed his inheritance, not just wealth or property or even magical power, but the fundamental right to chart his own course, unburdened by others' manipulations or expectations. As he closed his eyes, Harry Potter felt something he'd rarely experienced in his young life, genuine anticipation for the future, and the confidence to meet it head-on. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the controlled chaos of departure day, families saying goodbyes, students reuniting after summer holidays, pets and trunks and last-minute parcels creating a symphony of movement and noise. Amid this commotion, a dark-haired boy with a snowy owl attracted little attention as he boarded the Hogwarts Express alongside a distinguished-looking guardian. Few would have connected this confident young wizard, Hadrian Black, according to the trunk labels, with the neglected child who had once lived in a cupboard under the stairs, his magic suppressed, his heritage hidden, his potential constrained by others' machinations. Fewer still would have recognized the signs of extraordinary change rippling out from this seemingly ordinary moment, a castle hundreds of miles away adjusting its ancient stones in welcome, wards recalibrating to recognize a unique magical signature, portraits of founders stirring in anticipation of an heir's arrival. And none would have guessed that the soft golden glow occasionally visible around the boy when he laughed represented magic freed from dark parasitic influence, growing in strength and purity with each passing day, magic that would, in time, fulfill prophecy and reshape the wizarding world. For now, though, he was simply a boy boarding a train to school, waving goodbye to his godfather with promises to write often. His journey was just beginning, not just to Hogwarts, but to the fullness of his reclaimed birthright. The inheritance specialist had done his job well. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.